The Jews are not the indigenous people of the land of Israel.
If ACES has done was salted.
This is democracy.
And there's one other thing that I do recommend sometimes, especially for the purposes of bodybuilding, is do a lower volume block. Primarily
Full circle, what's up, dude?
use machines, Smith machines, and ideally have a training partner and train to failure.
Folks, I am Dr. Mike Israetel from Renaissance Periodization, and I have the esteemed honor and privilege of having Dr. Eric Helms here from technically the University of New Zealand at Auckland.
The Auckland University of Technology.
In New Zealand.
It is in New Zealand.
God, did I fuck that up? And Eric has a PhD in sport and exercise science. So making people more jacked and more athletic and more strong and more fit and in a sense happier is the thing he cares about, maybe one of the most things in this world. Now, there is a problem. Eric is what I would consider, if not the preeminent researcher on reps in reserve, the preeminent early and current best theoretician on reps in reserve. Because to be a good theoretician, you have to know everyone else's research front to back, have tried to apply it to your life, apply it to your clients, apply it to other people, and really have a holistic understanding of RIR, which I consider you my absolute number one authority on RIR. Yeah. Now, mind you, this all sounded like a compliment. It was really a great insult. Because on the internet, Eric, this is the point of this video here, which is why we have you. People are telling me that RIR is stupid. And then another word that starts with a G, which we don't say anymore because it's very mean. And they say this, and you ask them why. And what you get from that is they say, look, I know how to read studies. Yes, when there's 80 people yelling at you, you will go to 2 RIR, and it's really 2 RIR, fine, fine, fine. But out in the real world, real people are 18 or 19 RIR away from whatever the hell, you know, charitably, 3, 4, 5, 6 RIR, more than you think. That is, they're further away from failure than you think. So if we tell regular people, listen, go start your mesocycles at 3 reps in reserve, they're really at 6 reps in reserve, which everyone agrees is too far away to remotely do efficient hypertrophy for any one of the beginners. And so we're stuck with this conundrum of like, shouldn't we be telling people just to go to failure? Because that will really actually be 3 RIR because people don't actually train hard. Eric, is it true that people in the real world have a very big problem with estimating RIR and are significantly and largely way behind in their estimate? Tell us the story.
Great question. And according to the Mike Menser crowd, I actually have a PhD in being a wuss because my PhD was specifically on autoregulating.
What a waste of time.
I know. Autoregulating power.
How do you deal with narcissists who always downplay your lifting achievements? It's simple. I do not care. It is that easy. You can just choose not to care.
Powerlifting training using an RIR-based perceived exertion model. So after studying for years to become a wuss, I have learned some things. And the one thing that is actually challenging to answer about that question is what is going on in the real world. Because when you do experimentally test people's RIR accuracy, I can't say with confidence that that's the same as the type of RIR accuracy that people have in the real world in all cases. And I'll tell you why. The way we measure RIR accuracy is by actually having people go to a target RIR, typically, on bench press, and then they'll stop at lockout, and they'll call out when they think they're at a target RIR that we set for them.
So like 2 RIR.
Correct. Call out when you think you're at a 2. Great.
So 2.
And then we go, keep going. Go, 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 go. And then the spotter takes a smoke break and you die.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for participating.
No problem. So yeah, so essentially what we do is we calculate the difference between predicted RIR when you said 2 versus how many reps did you get when you're being motivated.
Because you keep them going, you push them further, you see the difference, and you're like, okay, you actually got 10 reps, you stopped at we thought was 2 RIRs, 8. It turns out you were 100% correct.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then we measure also what's called RIR directionality, because there's multiple ways to fail, right? So you could say, I got 2 more, and you get 1. You could say, I get 2 more, and you can get 3. Both of those are an RIR difference for an absolute value of 1.
Mm-hmm.
But if we assess the directionality, is it a negative or positive number on average in the groups, then we can see if they're trending towards, with that accuracy, towards undershooting and thinking that they're closer to failure than they are, overshooting and pulling kind of the bro on Instagram thing of, yeah, that was definitely a 9.5. Mm-hmm. And like you actually are on the ground while you're saying that, right? Mm-hmm. So over times, depending on who I've talked to on the internet and the comments, people will level the critique that people are always saying they have more when they don't, kind of like these, egoed out ego lifters.
10 more, baby.
Exactly. Or if you have a cult based around being an egoed out lifter, aka HIT, sorry, then
don't apologize to those people.
I'm
kidding, people.
Dogma's bad. Then the critique is, no, they're not actually going to failure. You don't know what true failure is. And I think that is one that is, I can understand the position, and I can understand why they might be skeptical of the research. But there's not many other ways to really ensure the RIR accuracy. Now, you can level the critique at that model where you do it to a predicted RIR, then you go to failure, look at the difference, and you see where it is, that maybe that's not actually valid because there's expectation. If I say 2, I'm probably going to do 2. Mm-hmm. And I would say there could possibly be an effect of that. But it's not the only tool we have to estimate that. Mm-hmm. But I will say the data...
Hey, are you a psychopath or sociopath? What's the difference, and can you be vegan if you don't have empathy? Not trying to be rude. Also, thoughts on gay/LGBTQ rights?
I think it's usually described that a psychopath is born, sociopaths are made. I don't know if that's really true. I think there's a few behavioral characteristics that are different. So sociopaths are much more spontaneous. They don't really plan ahead, whereas psychopaths are more calculated. Can you be vegan if you don't have empathy? Yes, you can. Also, thoughts on gay LGBTQ rights. I think everybody should be gay, and that's okay. Thanks for the donation, Free Thoughts.
Using that method of comparing predicted versus actual RIR.
Bring in people who train out in the world who say whatever the fuck.
Yep.
You hit them up with a work set that they're warmed up to.
Yep.
You say, tell us, let's say 2 RIR when that happens. As soon as it happens, you're fucking like, go, and they see how many more reps they get.
Exactly. Okay. I've been in 3 different labs, including my own. Dr. Zerdos is out in FAU, and also Darren Kandow's lab in Canada, University of Regina. Mm-hmm. And then there's also other research that's been done.
University of what?
Regina.
It's a V or an R?
Regina. Yeah.
A V. Got it.
Yes. There's also work that's been done out of Daniel Hackett's lab in University of Sydney. So all these various independent labs have done this type of research.
They're all bought and sold by Big Failure.
Big RIR.
Sorry, Big RIR, which is bigger than Big
no failure. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's right.
Mega conglomerate.
Mm-hmm. Almost as big as Big Volume. So with these 4 labs that I'm aware of, and there's a few others, they've all measured this, and they all come to very similar findings.
That's how you know things probably true.
Yes.
And so what the findings?
The findings are that while there are some small effects on things that modify it, generally people are pretty accurate. So you're typically reporting somewhere between an accuracy of less than 1 RIR error, so 0.34 or something like that, to as much as maybe 2 reps off in certain conditions. Now those conditions are higher reps. That's when discomfort can actually get in the way of your actual perception of true failure. And also doing
higher, like 20 plus?
Over 12.
Over 12, yeah. Fuck,
it starts to have it, yeah.
To have that.
Over 12. And then potentially some other impacts that haven't been consistently shown. But through all the research done across these 5 labs and a few others, Halperin was actually able to meta-analyze the actual versus predicted RIR back in 2021, I believe. And their average error was 1. So there was a decent amount of variation around it. But you could say that the average person...
How was your debate earlier today? Are you well rested? New Frank vids to watch.
Well, my debate was retarded as always. Unfortunately, it looks like there are no new Frank Tefano vids to watch. Still hasn't uploaded tonight. But thanks for the donation, James. Appreciate it.
Regardless of whether they're trained or untrained, are going to be within one rep of what their prediction is, typically under-predicting. So that's one accurate thing if we give some credit to the Menser crowd.
Sure.
People aren't overshooting more often than they're undershooting.
Right, and that's really important, because if we saw it one way or the other, it'd be like, told you people weren't trying. Here's the thing, like, you get people in a social setting where there's an expectation.
Yes.
And all of a sudden, like, they're going pretty hard. But
Hey, you
could say,
turned me vegan about 8 years ago now. I haven't watched in a few years. Just curious if you have any major opinion changes on nutrition or ethics. Hope you haven't changed too much. Looking forward to watching you non-political content. Lol, cheers.
The only big change of opinion that I've had is heart disease reversal. I don't think you can reverse heart disease on a plant-based diet anymore. And there's a video on my channel explaining that. But thanks for the donation, Viridian. Appreciate it. Dodo donate $2. Are you uploading the debate? I didn't see who was the debate with. It was with Quest again. I don't think I'm gonna bother because it's basically the same as last time, so I don't think there's a point. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Suck my big fat fucking cock, you worthless hippo-loving faggot. Suck my off from behind while I fuck your mom and Vince Goodrum right in the asshole after Vince Goodrum fucks you in the asshole. You're a lying piece of shit, no good fucking cunt. Fuck you, bitch.
Alright, well thank you for that. Appreciate the donation, Urba. Your boy, Jurian. You're fucking asshole.
Lol. I think this is Quest sick post. Thought you were flawless in this morning's debate.
Let me see.
Reporting that's come out that says, quote, the UN has halved the number of casualties.
Halved, yes.
Has.
It's a hard word to say.
Yeah. You know what I'm talking about, though,
Yes,
right?
I do know. Cut in half.
Cut in half, thank you. The casualties from Gaza, is that true?
It's not quite the case, no. What I can tell you is this. The overall number of fatalities that's been tallied by the Ministry of Health in Gaza, which is our counterpart on dealing with the death tolls, that number remains unchanged, and it's at more than 35,000 people since October 7th. What's changed is the Ministry of Health in Gaza has updated the breakdown of fatalities for whom full details have been documented. So what they recently published was that they gave figures for 24,686 out of 34,622 overall fatalities.
I've already seen that clip. Whatever.
This fucking loser commented on one of your videos. Did you see his reaction vids? Fucking little cringe bitch.
What's going on, guys? It's County Gains back here again. You guys, let's get it, baby. Let's... This is Pakistan. This is a rap song? This sounds like something.
Oh boy. Yeah, reacting to music has got to be the dumbest form of reaction content on YouTube. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam. Dodo, donate $2, react, keep sound on. I knew ducks were up to something. Okay then. I wouldn't vote at all. I wouldn't vote for either of them. The lesser of two evils is still either evil. Both sides are the same. Yeah, that's not true. This one, question mark. These people are in NATO.
In a bizarre dance of mistaken identities on the global stage, in 2015, a Russian plane was shot down by Turkey, prompting Russians to storm the Turkish embassy in retaliation. Turkish people, mistaking it for a declaration of war, stormed the Dutch embassy as they confused the Dutch flag with the Russian flag. In 2017, the Turkish president went to the Netherlands to campaign for Turkish votes. However, due to the 2015 incident, the Netherlands hadn't forgiven Turkey, leading to a ban on Turkish entry. This further angered the Turkish, resulting in them burning the French flag on the streets, mistaking it for the Dutch flag. In 2018 in Kuwait, an Asian killed a Filipino maid. Since the Asian's face wasn't disclosed, a TV station randomly picked a picture of an Asian, coincidentally, the then Korean president, Moon Jae-in.
Oh my god.
Subsequently, South Korea lodged a diplomatic protest. With so many misunderstandings, it's hard for Turkey to avoid being mocked.
Well, it's Turkey. They're run by fucking retards. That's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Jared donated $2. Let me see.
Snake is unbelievable. It is the spider-tailed horned viper. It has a distinctive spider-like tail. The tail even has a bulbous section that resembles a spider's abdomen.
Whoa, that's weird. I didn't know that.
When hunting, the snake hides in rock crevices for camouflage and waves its tail back and forth in a manner similar to the movement of a spider. This movement attracts birds searching for prey, as spiders are a food source for many bird species. Once the bird approaches, the snake quickly strikes it and injects its venom, which paralyzes the bird and allows the snake to devour it.
Poor burb. Well, that's interesting. I didn't know there was a snake like that. Really weird.
Hey, look, like if they were undershooting, it wouldn't look like this. If they were overshooting,
Jared.
So if it's about even, it's kind of like, look, maybe people are going a little bit easier.
Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
You are not looking at a yellow ball. Your brain might think you're looking at a yellow ball, but look closer. The screen you're watching this on displays color using only red.
Can you confirm he's natty or not? This kid is freaking huge and he's only 17 years old. Check his page out.
What are his lifts? That's what I'm kind of more interested in. Okay, that's a dumb lift. Are those 125s? Yeah, those are 125s. Okay, he can dumbbell shoulder press 125. That's making me think he might not be natty. I want to see like his bench though. I'm kind of suspicious because he doesn't really show a lot of his lifts. So, that kind of makes me think he's probably not that strong. 100 pounds in a year.
Hey VG, debunk these comments. PLS, you need to go into newest comment filter to see them. It's this insane, dumb.
Alright, I'll take a look at that in a second. Yeah, I think he's likely on steroids. I'd have to see his, like, bench and everything, though. Like, he looks big, but, you know, he's also not very lean, so he could just store fat in a weird way. Jared donated $2. This is why we need more cats. That's right. Ew, gross, baby. I can't watch that. Thanks for the donation, Jared. Hopefully cats deal with our baby problem.
Hello everyone. This is your message of the day. To just go vegan and stop abusing animals. It's not that hard. So just go vegan. Peace.
Too bad we are the dominant species on the planet and we can do whatever we want. I'm all for not abusing animals, but some animals at the end of the day are food. Okay, these are just retards.
For all of you dumb meat eaters out there, or non-vegans.
We eat animals because they're tasty. That's the trait. Okay, well that would mean killing and eating people. Okay, whatever. Thanks for that donation, Riley. Booty come donate tellers. Tommy being based. Can you watch full video?
So, I strongly oppose Islam. That doesn't mean I hate Muslims. Every Muslim, yeah, at all. Yeah. Okay. So if someone strongly opposes Christianity, does that mean they hate all Christians? No.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
That women are now the second most bigoted group in the entire United States. So you've probably seen this meme going around about whether or not a woman would rather be stuck in the forest with a bear or a random man, to which most women answer they would prefer to be stuck with the bear because they're afraid of what a man might do to them. But what if we were to actually change this meme online by starting to ask women whether or not they would prefer to be stuck with the bear or a man in the woods? You notice all of a sudden that becomes a very different question, because to openly come out and say that you would prefer an animal to a man is like actual textbook bigotry. The real point of this question has to do with society's attempt of making white men subhuman by comparing them to animals, which is the first step the Nazis took when they started to deal with the Jews. So next time you see the question,
they're not comparing men to animals. They're saying they prefer to be with an animal over a man. That's retarded.
They're seen as an atheist and celebrated around worldwide. Everyone wants to mock Jesus, yeah? But you say anything on the other side, you're a racist. Well, how does this religion, this ideology, get this special protection from criticism that you're not allowed to talk about? Yeah?
But then I would say the reason, for example, I feel like Christians, they, for example, if someone was to say, "Oh, Jesus is gay," like no one will bat an eye, and that's not anyone.
Was the fucking audio
anyone's fault? You're allowing that to happen. Or if you were to do that to Muhammad,
try it. Go on. What was you going to say? Muhammad's what?
No, if you were to try that,
He's going to say it.
If you were to try that, it wouldn't end well.
Okay, Muhammad's gay. There you go. I've been saying it. No, I'm only joking. It's like, no, you're right. But that means that mob rule and violence. So that's what they rely on. Yeah, is that you can't criticise it. But do you know what? Do you know, actually, you know you can't draw Muhammad. Yeah, you know this, or we'll kill you. Yeah, we'll behead you if you draw Muhammad. Yeah, the cartoons of Muhammad, Charlie Hebdo. Do you know how many images there are of Muhammad? Famous images, because I was going to do this. I was going to do it as a stunt. What I was going to do is I've got 187 different images, famous pictures of Muhammad, all drew by Muslims, bruv, throughout history. This new thing, you can't draw Muhammad, is new. It's a new jihadi mindset. Yeah, totally, bruv. There's fucking sculptures of Muhammad in museums. There's so much. I'll send you through. There's loads. When you start looking at it, you think, he's always been drawn. Yeah? This new thing, last 20 years is them dictating to us what speech is. It's the radicals telling us what we can and can't do. It's a total onslaught and an attack on free speech. And if someone tells me not to draw Muhammad, I'll draw him 10 times. So that's because that's just my personality, my nature. You're not telling me what I can and can't do. You're not telling me what I can and can't say. Yeah? You're not dictating to me my speech. I will say what I want. Yeah, I speak honestly about Muhammad. You know, do you know Muhammad? You know what do you know about Muhammad?
He was a prophet of God.
Prophet of
in the Quran.
Yeah.
He was a prophet.
Sorry VG, could you read these comments instead from Asane? He kept on trying to say that abuse isn't an argument and I'm appealing to emotions fallacy and that all vegans are unhealthy. I need help.
Just run name the trait. What does he mean appeal to emotion fallacy? He acknowledged that there needs to be better welfare for animals. But then he says you're appealing to emotion because you have a different moral standard? Just run name the trait. I'm not going to bother reading through every comment section on all your videos. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Yeah, he was a prophet. He preached Islam. He tried to help people where he can.
How old was his wife when he married her?
Aisha.
Yeah.
He married her, but remember it's a different time as well. Back then, you could it was normal to do that.
Yeah.
Even in certain countries now, Japan.
I think that Richard Lionheart's wife was 11. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but do Muslims accept that something he did was wrong?
Now it would be wrong, but back then
but they don't say that. So if you say to any Muslim, yeah, okay, so he married a 6-year-old, he had sex with her when she was 9, she had a doll, yeah, it's a little baby, yeah. What's the law in Islamic countries for when a girl can consummate a marriage?
I'm not.
When she starts her period, bro. That's Islamic law. Yeah, Muhammad was the perfect man. He's the perfect man. No, he's a kid, bro. He walks past. He tortured a geese called. You just read the biography of Muhammad by Ibn Ishaq. Yeah, it will give you an enlightening time on who this man is. Yeah, and what I'm saying is, he was a very successful warrior. He was a barbarian. Yeah, he weren't no man that we should be emulating. Yeah, he beheaded 600 people in one day. Jewish tribe beheaded 600 people. He tortured a dude called Kanana for his gold. Yeah, now these are facts that no one wants to hear about Muhammad. Yeah, successful warrior, but also a paedophile. Yeah? Basically, in modern time. If you want to look at it,
it's a different time. Even in certain countries now, you could marry an 11-year-old. I'm not saying it's right.
They're paedophiles. But what I mean is, they're paedophiles, yeah? So was Muhammad. So if we're talking openly and honestly about Muhammad, what do you call a 56-year-old man who marries a 6-year-old child? You call him a weirdo, bruv. You call him a wrong one. Yeah? And I don't care if it's different times. A 6-year-old looks like a 6-year-old whenever.
Yeah, I would call that a base take. I don't know why there's this whole thing about Islamophobia. You're being Islamophobic. Like, yes, I am phobic of religious beliefs that command you to murder people for no fucking reason. It's just retarded. Yeah, I don't like the idea of somebody being okay with raping 9-year-olds. Just fucking stupid.
Green and blue subpixels. The yellow your brain thinks it's seeing is actually a mix of red and green light. The camera I'm talking to right now has a sensor composed of red, green, and blue sensitive photosites. Again, no yellow. Of course, I have the ball here in my hand, so I am looking at a yellow ball. Or am I? After all, my eyes aren't so different from that camera. The human retina only has cone cells sensitive to red, green, or blue wavelengths of light. To perceive other colors, we have to integrate the inputs from those 3 cone types. When yellow light enters my eye, it stimulates my red and green sensitive cone cells, although not as much as pure red or green light would. With red and green sensitive cones equally excited, my brain tells me I'm looking at yellow. This is how our technology, our cameras and screens and projectors can trick our brains into seeing a whole rainbow of colors using just 3 wavelengths of light by triggering our 3 different types of cone cells in different proportions. So, Is the ball really yellow? What does yellow even mean? A lot of people would say that color is the wavelengths of light that an object reflects. In other words, like Aristotle thought, color is a property of the object. But looking at the same ball on a screen, your eyes only sensed red and green light, yet your brain still perceived it as yellow. So it's also possible, like Galileo believed, that color isn't a property of an object at all, but a phenomenon of the mind instead. But whose mind? Because we aren't the only animals that can see the world in color.
We oftentimes don't really think about how other animals see color. So for example, we buy our dogs bright red or orange.
I try not to concede that it's a phobia. It's perfectly rational to be opposed to Islamic beliefs and practices, and it's even more rational to condemn Muhammad.
Yeah, Prophet Muhammad was a fucking piece of shit. It's just baffling to me that you can have just, what is it, billions of fucking people on the planet who worship some fucking child rapist murdering asshole. It's crazy. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
Orange toys that are only bright red or orange for us and not for them because they can't see orange or red as being distinct from green.
So maybe we should start taking in the world from more than just the human perspective. Doing that might just teach us why color vision evolved in the first place.
We're actually towards the lower end of the spectrum, honestly. We're a step up from...
Apostate Prophet did an interview in UK about Islam and Israel. It will be out in a few weeks.
Okay, that's pretty cool. Looking forward to that. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Our household pets, maybe, if they're cats or dogs, but not nearly as good as many animal groups out there. Butterflies, birds, fish, lizards, jumping spiders. Jumping spiders are harmless creatures, actually. They don't ever really get big enough to pose much of a threat to humans. Of course, if you were a small insect, yes, you would absolutely need to be afraid of a jumping spider.
They'll take down prey that's sometimes like 2 or 3 times their own body size.
The Chinese word for jumping spider translates literally to fly tiger, and that's the way I like to think about them, is the kind of small cats of the undergrowth.
Jumping spiders are everywhere. They're in your backyard, they're probably in your kitchen.
There are about 6,000 species of jumping spiders known. Some are sort of furry, some are sort of shiny, striped, spotted, red, green, blue, pretty much anything you can imagine. It's like every one is a little work of art.
As a group, spiders aren't known for their vision.
Did you ever react to the debate with Destiny and that Marxist kid, Eddie? It's 6 months off, but I think it's still worth watching.
No. I think I still have it up in my tab list. I don't know why that's open.
I've now.
Hey guys.
Fucking Sparge.
If you can.
Oh yeah.
Your main point still.
Where
Near
the hell
Face
is it? Swear I didn't close it.
Let me compare.
Oh, is this it? Sun Orbiter.
Should take down.
Apparently,
Hamas was actually.
Yeah, we can watch these debates later. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Booty come donate $2. Watch the debate that Grey Knight said. Is this the debate, or is it some other debate? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, we'll watch this later. Veggie, donate $2. Please watch the whole video. His information is insane. 100% plant-based since January. Well, yeah, he got leaner.
Bad news VG.
In a show of support for Israel,
I don't know if that's bad news, but thanks for that donation, Dodo. So he lost, what, 35-ish pounds overall? Yeah, it's good that he's gone, at the very least, plant-based. It sounds to me like he's gone vegan. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo $92, or not Dodo, Veggie. Dodo $92. Turkey is now talking about joining BRICS. If they do, they be kicked out of NATO, and EU should tell them to fuck off. They're just financially desperate. They basically fucked over their own economy, and I don't see how joining BRICS is
Okay, my
benefit
mask,
them.
great news.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. I don't think joining BRICS would affect them. If they do, I think it would be an insanely stupid move. They're just experiencing like hyperinflation and shit, and I guess they're desperate to try anything. But yeah. Yeah, they should probably get kicked out of NATO if they join BRICS. Let me see, Dodo.
in a show of support for Israel, the Republican-led House approved a bill to punish the ICC for its decision to issue arrest warrants for top Israeli leaders over the war in Gaza.
House lawmakers, whose only real accomplishment is taking part in the least productive Congress in American history, have demonstrated that there is one issue that they care about deeply enough to roll up their sleeves and get to work on. Now, it has nothing to do with the American people or the
Grey Knight donated $2. Have you ever heard of this guy? He's a straight up vegan and AR activist who does outreach. He was also my former calisthenic personal trainer, got me in shape. He's awesome. Let me see.
Could you react to this PLS? Thanks, meet my bird named Jacko. Is this Jacko a new favorite cockatiel now? He's so cute and amazing, lolololol.
I think I might have seen this guy before. I'm not familiar with him though. But I might have seen him before. He looks pretty jacked. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Well, Harry Potter star Daniel Radcliffe.
I don't know if I'll watch that.
Hi everyone. So I want you to meet my cute bird. This is Jacko. Say hi, Jacko.
Oh my god. Wow.
Here we go. There's a picture. Hi everyone.
That's a nice cockatiel. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
the constituents who place them in their position of power that they enjoy today. The drinking water in their districts might be contaminated with lead, or the homeless population could be exploding due to the lack of affordable housing in their districts. I'm looking at you, Congressman Brad Sherman. We hear that there's just too much gridlock to do a damn thing about the horrific conditions an increasing percentage of Americans are living in. But when it comes to providing cover for the crimes committed by the Israeli government against the Palestinian people, well, suddenly gridlock isn't much of an issue. Which is why the House of Representatives has passed a bill imposing sanctions against the International Criminal Court, or ICC. The House passed the bill in a 247 to 155 vote, with 42
Hell yeah.
Democrats joining Republicans in support. 2 GOP members voted present. Wow, look at that beautiful bipartisanship. Wow. In reality, this decision marks a dark new development in the ongoing tensions between the United States and the ICC over its investigations into Israel's.
From what I can tell, the ICC is retarded. There's no evidence that Israel is intentionally starving Gaza. The exact opposite appears to be the case. The idea that they're indiscriminately bombing people, again, there's no evidence for that whatsoever. Compared to other wars, they seem to be highly, highly discriminate. So, like, this is just all fucking bullshit. It's nothing but pure, unadulterated bullshit, and this is clearly just politically motivated.
War crimes. Now let's back up a little.
It looks like the GOP did something right for once.
Yeah, for real. I love how they do something right, and then the Young Turks are like, the fucking kangaroo court ICJ, they should be able to arrest Netanyahu for no fucking reason. Yeah, well, thanks for that donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Something new for you to learn. Let me see.
Texas was 6 different countries, all right? I don't know anybody else that can say that. You know the 6 countries, right? Mexico, Spain, I think France, the Confederacy, United States itself, and the Republic of Texas. But that's where you get 6 Flags, the amusement park. You didn't know this, dude?
Finally, some information I can use.
That's how you get 6 Flags. That kid didn't come out of nowhere. Texas.
All right.
When you look to finding a purpose, why should we be looking to the random assortment of guts or the evolutionarily beneficial firing of neurons for purpose? And how does that relate to questions like morality or the moral good?
I think it's not obvious in just a cursory review of science. You think to yourself, this is dispassionate, cold facts about the universe, the world, nature. That is not where I'm turning if I gotta find meaning in life. However, the atoms in your body were manufactured in the cores of stars billions of years ago. Stars that exploded, scattering that enrichment across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, people. And so when you look up, if you feel small and lonely, the knowledge that you're connected in this way to the stars, that we are not just figuratively, we're literally stardust, can give you a sense of belonging.
That is one of the stupidest things Neil deGrasse Tyson has ever said. That does not demonstrate any meaning to anything whatsoever. What the fuck do I care if stars created the universe and they pooped out people? It doesn't fucking matter. Nothing matters. The only truth is nihilism. The idea that there's meaning in the universe is just fucking retarded.
One of the most depressing things I learned, Saturn's ring system might just be temporary.
Why?
Well, because they track the orbits, and the orbits are not stable. You're losing them down into Saturn itself.
When do they anticipate when that might happen, that those rings disappear?
Well, so they
Projection?
suspected that it's a 10 million year or so lifespan, which would mean the dinosaurs, if they had telescopes, Saturn would not have rings for them. Because they were 60 million years ago. They were longer ago than Saturn's rings would have.
I'm going to miss those rings.
One of the most...
Okay, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Good evening, VG. I hope that your nap went well and are feeling great tonight. Check out this news clip from Colorado reinforcing the statement there's nothing more hateful than Christian love.
The Colorado Republican Party is calling on people to burn all gay pride flags and proclaiming in a mass email to supporters that, quote, God hates pride. The Republican Party's message...
Yeah, that doesn't seem like something Jesus would do, especially since he was probably gay himself. It's funny how they worship, like, a gay, long-haired fucking hippie who just went around preaching about peace and love, and then they have a problem with gay people. Jesus is fucking gay. Like, the guy looks like he probably sucked a dick or two. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Attacks so-called godless groomers and echoes the anti-gay slur used by the Westboro Baptist Church in its infamous protests. The GOP's email said, "God hates flags." The Colorado GOP's move toward extremism has also recently included a call for
Whoa, that is insane. Yeah, Republicans are literally just pure evil.
all parents to pull their children out of public schools, saying that Democrats are using schools to turn more kids trans. The head of the Log Cabin Republicans of Colorado, an LGBTQ conservatives group, called the leadership of the Colorado GOP morons and said that the anti-gay message was hateful. Valdemar Archuleta, who's also the Republican candidate for Congress and the safely Democratic 1st Congressional District in Denver, renounced his party's endorsement.
Yeah, that is fucking crazy, dude.
I have bitch tits. It's not from soy, goddammit.
Well, as long as it's not from soy, then I guess it's okay. Thanks for that donation, Oreo is cool.
You seen this? Nard demo interrupted by pro-Palestine are people. Intersectionality causing cancer.
Oh yeah, I bet. Animal rights against fucking Israel, free Palestine. Oh my god. Nard supports genocide in Palestine. How in the fuck are they supporting a genocide by advocating for animal rights?
What?
Yeah, I think I've seen this clip before. These people are fucking psychotic. It's too bad you can't fucking genocide these fucking morons. Put them in one of the fucking terror tunnels and blow it the fuck up. Thanks for the donation, Ali G. Dodo donated $2 over Pride months of all months. Yeah. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And figure out how we got here in the first place. Last month, ICC prosecutor Karim Khan announced on CNN that the ICC was seeking arrest warrants for Hamas leaders.
Was Jesus short?
Yeah, he probably was. I think the average male height at the time was like 5'6", so... Yeah, Jesus was probably a short bitch. Imagine, like, claiming Jesus is God, but he's only like 5'6", like just this little tiny manlet. I don't, like, no wonder the Romans killed him. He's this fucking little long-haired hippie twink who's 5'6", claiming he's the son of God. Like, you have to be at least 6 feet. I can't see God coming down to Earth and being under 6 feet tall. Like, give me a fucking break. Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
NBA Finals coming. White boy gonna dunk on all the niggers and take over the league. So happy we are taking over. Thoughts on Caitlin Clark in the WNBA? Nigger?
I don't know who Caitlin Clark is. I don't know shit about basketball or women's basketball, but thanks for that donation, Liver King's Natty.
Leadership.
Dodo donated $2. Mexico had an election and their UFO believing hugs not guns. President AMLO is no longer in power. He couldn't/didn't run, and they elected a woman with a PhD in energy engineering, leftist hopefully. She just isn't too anti-Israel or soft on cartels. Well, we'll see how that goes. Yeah, I don't know anything about that person. Mexico's whole anti-gun stance makes no fucking sense. Like, they ban guns for, like, you know, it's probably political corruption because cartels are benefited from them being the only people who own guns. So if only the cartel owns guns and normal citizens don't, that benefits the cartels. I wouldn't be surprised if the cartels deliberately did this, like they paid off politicians and shit to ban guns so that they'd be the only one with guns. Like, the police are having these massive shootouts with the cartels, and it's like, okay, so how have these firearms bans been working for you? It's kind of retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey, Christian, we've applied for warrants to the pretrial chamber of the International Criminal Court in relation to 3 individuals that are Hamas members.
With that bear or man thing, one should be, who would you rather walk into, Prophet Peter Muhammad or a bear in Going Bear? What about you?
I'd rather walk into the Prophet Muhammad so I could beat his ass and kill him. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cam.
Sinwar, who's in charge on the ground.
That's Yahya Sinwar?
Absolutely. Dave, who's in charge of the Al-Qasim Brigade. And Hania, who's one of their political bureau based in Doha.
The chief prosecutor's decision absolutely makes sense, considering the disgusting atrocities that were committed by Hamas against Israeli civilians on October 7th. Around 1,200 people were killed, hostages were taken, and even children were slaughtered. No one has a problem with the ICC targeting Hamas. Well, I mean, other than Hamas, of course. But Karim Khan announced something else that enraged US lawmakers and the Israel lobby, which of course sustains the political careers of said politicians.
You have also issued warrants against the top political and military leadership of the government of the State of Israel.
We've applied for warrants. Of course, the judges must determine whether or not to issue them, but we've applied today. We'll apply for warrants for Prime Minister Netanyahu and also Minister.
Please cover the ads of the books below the video. I almost wanted to buy that Red Jenk book from the ad. Free promos? FK no.
I'm not gonna bother, but thanks for the donation. Tren is vegan.
I don't have to kneel to suck dick. Can you guess why?
Is it because you're 5'6" tall? Thanks for the donation, Bungus.
Of Defense Gallant for the crimes of causing extermination, causing starvation as a method of war, including the denial of humanitarian relief.
Oh yeah, here we go. Starvation as a method of war. Yeah, that's why. What, an average of 120 food trucks are coming in per day. That's why Israel's trying to open up the Rafah crossing. That's why they're airdropping supplies. All right.
Supplies, deliberately targeting civilians in
Deliberately targeting civilians. There is literally no data to support that whatsoever. If you look at the ratio of civilian casualties versus Hamas casualties, they have better risk ratios than most other wars. So that is horseshit.
Conflict. And the sad thing really is in relation to both categories.
Many believe that genocide is being committed, but you do not.
Any suggestions for a low-calorie chocolate vegan snack? Recipes or store-bought?
Dude, it's chocolate. It's not going to be low calorie. Chocolate and low calorie do not go together. That's like saying, can you give me a recipe for a low calorie birthday cake? Like, it's just fucking retarded. Avoid eating chocolate if you want to lose weight. Thanks for the donation, Sanderling.
You're not using that word.
Well, this is an active investigation, and we have criminal charges that we can use: genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. In relation to this current stage of investigations, the charges that we've put forward to the judges do not include genocide.
Pausing here to deliver some honest truth as we do in our...
Yeah, this is just absolute retardation.
Would even the fact that the ICC would even consider arrest warrants for Israeli leadership not only enraged Israel, But it also infuriated American lawmakers, even though the ICC does not have its own enforcement mechanism and has relied on country support for arrests. A decision to seek arrest warrants doesn't immediately mean an individual is guilty, but is the first stage in a process that could lead to a lengthy trial. But even though Israel and the United States have not ratified the ICC treaty, all of Europe has joined the International Court. So if someone accused of war crimes visits any of the ICC countries, they could be arrested and tried at The Hague. If convicted, they could be sent to prison. And while ICC chief prosecutor—
Okay, like, guess what? There's a reason why, apparently, the United States and Israel isn't part of the ICC. I wonder fucking why. It's clearly a kangaroo court.
Prosecutor Khan doesn't want to accuse Israel of committing genocide yet. Some Holocaust survivors certainly do.
Aryeh Nair, he's a giant in the world of human rights and a survivor of genocide himself. He was born a Jew in Nazi Germany. You, I think, only one time accused a country of genocide.
Yes.
Saddam Hussein.
South Africa is trying to pass a warrant to arrest their own citizens that served the IDF when they get back. Oh my god.
So I was at work drinking a Diet Coke and there was this idiot who came up to me trying to say how there's chemicals in diet soda so I should just drink water. I responded saying, did you know water is made of hydrogen and oxygen, which are chemicals?
Yeah, people are retarded, dude. They just fear things that they don't understand. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Yes. Attempt to eliminate the Kurds. You have concluded that Israel.
This sounds like South Africa is still an apartheid. And people cheered. Even the comments are cringe.
Let me see.
I've already issued a statement alerting those who are South African and who are fighting alongside or in the Israeli Defense Force. We are ready. When you come home, we're going to arrest you.
Well, they're basically giving automatic citizenship. I don't know why you would prefer to live in South Africa over Israel. South Africa is a fucking shithole. The government is so fucking corrupt that they basically pocketed all the money used for maintaining the electric grid. And now there's just rolling blackouts. Most people only have power like every other day. This is just so retarded. Okay, great. Make it easy for these people to get refugee status in Israel so that they can get Israeli citizenship. As if they'd want to return to that fucking shithole fucking country that you've run into the ground, fucking morons. Oh my god. Like, by the way, how in the fuck can you arrest somebody just because they're a part of the Israeli military? They didn't even commit a crime necessarily. They were just in the Israeli military. Like, oh my god. Fuck South Africa. Like, fuck you. You have such a shithole fucking country run by fucking morons, and then you want to arrest people because they're part of the Israeli military. Great. Tell everybody, don't come to South Africa. Don't fucking bring your fucking tourism or business or money here. Stay the fuck out and let it become a third world shithole.
Is guilty of attempting genocide.
Yes.
That's a very heavy charge.
Yes. 2,000-pound bombs, which are utterly inappropriate in a crowded urban area. A bomb like that can kill somebody 2 football fields away.
Okay, that's not true. That's a complete and utter lie. A bomb like that can kill somebody 2 football fields away. Cool story. That is just made up bullshit. Mel, thanks for the membership. Appreciate it.
But our lawmakers have dismissed arguments like the one you just heard and have opted to punish the international criminal.
Like, it's so hilarious. They'll say, oh, Israel used a 2,000-pound bomb in a crowded urban area. Well, let's see what they did before they released the bomb. They contact the fucking building, telling everybody to evacuate. They sent, they airdrop flyers telling everybody to evacuate with messages in Arabic. They send out cell phone alerts with QR codes to safe zones. They do roof knocking. Like, and then, after there's sufficient time for civilians to evacuate, then they drop the bomb. Oh, genocide! Genocide! They're targeting civilians! Oh, weird how they tell them to leave first. Holy crap. Bootycom donated $2. Can we watch this tonight soon,
This is
though?
actually the second half of the first video I did review.
Marine reviews real world CQB, IDF ambushed in close combat. Sure, we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Criminal court instead. Here's Republican Congressman Chip Roy filleting Israel on the House floor just yesterday while promoting the sanctions legislation he himself introduced.
We're here because the International Criminal Court is seeking to issue warrants on the Prime Minister of Israel. It merits letting that just sit out here and marinate for a second, that that's what we're dealing with.
Cool, I'm sitting, it's marinating.
Important thing in winning the war on terrorism. If I had to say, what are the
Iraq in 2003, I know I'm not supposed to be talking about this. A country, by the way, that had nothing to do with 9/11.
take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. And I think that people sitting right next door.
Oh, okay. So Netanyahu is a bad person because he doesn't like Saddam Hussein. Oh, okay. Right. Because Saddam Hussein wasn't a violent, brutal dictator who murdered thousands and thousands of his own people or anything. I guess it proves... It just proves that Netanyahu is an evil, genocidal maniac because he doesn't like a murderous, genocidal dictator. Okay. Like, by the way, obviously hindsight is 2020. I don't think anybody could have known the outcome of killing Saddam Hussein, but the idea...
South Africa should accept Palestinian refugees in their place instead, and then wait for them to cause an uprising or terrorist attack. And then blame the Jews. Lol.
Yeah, they... they really should. Like, by the way, how many fucking Palestinian refugees has South Africa even accepted? South Africa accepting Palestinian refugees. How many have they brought in? That's Cora. So 0, it seems. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
In Iran, young people and many others will say the time of such regimes, of such despots, is gone. The application of power is the most important thing in winning the war on terrorism. If I had to say, what are the 3 principles of winning the war on terror? It's like, what are the 3 principles of real estate, the 3 L's, location, location, location? The 3 principles of winning the war on terror are the 3 W's, winning, winning, and winning.
Oh, genocidal maniac. He doesn't like terrorists. Okay. I love how they try to farm quotes from Netanyahu, and the best they have is, terrorists are evil and they need to be destroyed. Wow, what a fucking whack job. Oh, it's so bad.
Viewing Israeli combat footage, so if you haven't seen that video, I'll have it linked at the end of this one. This is supposed to be a school. There's a hole on the bottom right of where these soldiers are that they're taking gunfire from. It's a pretty big hole. And so as they're moving up, they're just trying to suppress the hole. And actually what you see is a bad guy shooting out from that hole at them, even while taking incoming rounds.
Holy shit. Whoa.
So one of the videos I did recently about switching shoulders, purpose being not overexposing yourself and being able to get your gun in the fight quicker. This is a good example of where you could probably done that. And, you know, even in this situation here, he's not aiming, he's point shooting. His rifle isn't up, you know, in his shoulder, or maybe it's in his shoulder, but he's obviously not aiming. It's tilted to the side, and that's fine. We're in such close proximity. We're in a combat zone. We're just sending rounds. But can we actually get rounds into where the bad guy is from this angle here? And I don't know the answer to that. It seems like maybe not. And switching the rifle to your shoulder allows you the first opportunity to do that, and also not overexpose yourself to get that done. In this video,
It's weird. It looks like some of his rounds are tracers.
you see them entering this room here, and something that I just want you to take note of again is like this idea of, you know, speed, surprise, violence of action, all that. But as they're approaching this doorway, assumably they've checked the center of the room, which is a corner fed room, and he's collapsing the room down by himself as he's going through the threshold and relatively getting out of the way. But ultimately, he's putting himself as the number one guy in the best position to engage a threat anywhere in the room, right? Because he's going to be the first one to encounter him, to see him. And then look at all the stuff that's on the floor, right, on the ground. How fast could you move across this to create an angle and also be have the ability to apply marksmanship, right? I think it would be very difficult for you to do that. This is actually the video where Nir Maman, in the podcast that I did with the Israeli soldier, mentioned that the soldiers were inside of the house, and because they were being deliberate and looking around, obviously they have an IED or a booby trap threat that they have to account for as well. They were able to see that there was things about that told them that somebody was in here, and I believe what that thing was a warm cup of coffee or a cup of coffee. And one of the soldiers mentions that he's got to be close because there's coffee right here, or a warm cup of coffee.
Looks like they're using Tavors here. Holy shit.
These are just regular, I guess you're...
What's your opinion of Africa welfare? I know someone who claims it's partly their fault, and black people would sell also their own in the American slave trade. Can you react to this? It's Andrew Tate lol.
I don't know what you mean, Africa welfare. You'd have to explain that. Most of the black slaves that were shipped from Africa to the United States were gotten from black African slave traders. So Africa practiced slavery at the time, and African slave masters would sell their slaves to Americans for a profit.
You really sad about the queen dying? 100%, bro. You don't think the kids and like fucking each other's cousins?
Oh
you don't
my
think,
God, bro.
You don't think the queen was an OG?
Yo,
I guess.
I will say this: London was a great time, but I never want to live there, bro.
You know what? Maybe I'm naive. I know what Sneako's saying, but maybe I'm naive. But I think that a lot of the true degeneracy that you see in the world is semi-modern, and I don't think that Queen Elizabeth, who was alive and driving trucks during World War II, bro.
Damn.
During World War II, she was driving trucks. She was in the army in World War II, and she's been through all this shit since the 30s. I don't think she didn't love her country. And I don't think that the world and the whole Commonwealth, because England was in charge of the Commonwealth, the whole Commonwealth wasn't unified behind her.
Oh yeah, she loved her country. That's why she supported like massacres in Africa and all the issues happening in Ireland and shit.
And I think that the royal family's lost its prestige. Now she's died. Nobody gives a fuck about Charles. It's over now. And the world we live in now, a lot of the problems with the world is because we're losing our traditions and we're losing our older ways of thinking. And I'm not saying that the elites, you know what I think about the elites, you know what I think. And I know you can lump the royal family in there with them. I get it. But having a monarch for 70 or 80 years who was there during the war, and she's been there the whole time, and she was in charge of not just England, the entire Commonwealth, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, African countries, all this shit, India.
She wasn't in charge of shit. She was a fucking rich aristocrat. The royal family is a fucking joke. They just get money for free from the fucking government. They've hidden their wealth deliberately so that nobody knows how much money they're making, where they're getting their money from. Because I can guarantee you they're doing weird, shady fucking shit and taking way too much money out of the fucking government. Like, they don't do shit. They're just a rich aristocratic family. They don't have any fucking, like, real power in government. They just get free money.
She's a G. You can't say she's not a G. Queen Elizabeth II, she's a G.
OG.
You can't say she's a G.
Definitely old.
She's an OG.
She's an OG, and now she's gone, and they're replacing her with this new guy. And I think a lot of the problems with the world today are all because of all the new think and the new things they're trying to replace things with. All the old traditional ways. We sit here and we all talk about masculinity. That's an old idea. And they're replacing it with a new idea. And what's the new idea? Trash. So when they get rid of the longest reigning monarch and they said they're going to replace it with fucking some new dude, to me, that's bad news. That's my personal view anyway. Right.
She probably ate some kids, though.
Well, I don't know.
She ate one baby.
You think so?
If it happened, we wouldn't have no idea.
Diana, did she do it?
Ooh.
Well,
should I be asking this question?
You can ask. I mean,
do you think she did it?
Did Queen Elizabeth?
She is a G.
She is a G. Sometimes as a G, you got to get the talons out. I don't know. I don't know if she did it. All I know is that I think that and not think, let me correct my speech. I know that England at
You know, to be fair, she does look like a baby eater. Like, I mean, look at those teeth. Those look like they're just perfectly designed for just chomping on a baby's throat, you know? She looks like somebody who'd eat a baby. For real. She was actually pretty fucking hot when she was younger. Yeah, she was fucking cute. Like, I'd fuck her face.
one point was the largest and most fearsome empire on the planet. I actually think that it was the best empire in the world, not just because it was the largest, because I think it was genuinely the best to live under. In modern worlds, everyone, when she died, all the liberals were celebrating, saying she's a colonist, etc., etc. If you lived under the British Empire, you had a semi-good life. They turned up and they built roads and schools and monuments and built a railroad. And everyone's complaining about the British Empire. If you lived under the Japanese Empire, it was worse.
They automatically dry up my pussy. Would you fuck them if you had a vagina?
Who? Are you talking about them? No. They're all gross. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Worse. Because they just chopped your head off for being a fucking peasant. They didn't build shit. Like, fuck you. Give me that. Oh, and pull out the katana. So at least the British built shit. So the British did good for the entire world as a whole. The world back then was different. I'm not saying colonization is a good thing. I'm saying that back then it was just empires. You were a part of an empire, one of them. That's how it worked. And she was the head of the Commonwealth for a very long time. And I was genuinely upset when the Queen died. Maybe it's the patriot in me, but I thought the Queen was a G.
Don't you think the natives deserve to celebrate her death?
Why would they?
The Native Americans, anybody who's suffered from colonization.
Did they? Well, this is a really interesting question because you talk about suffering from colonization. If you look at a lot of do you think India, let me ask you the question then. Do you think India suffered? Do you think India is in a worse place now than it would have been if it was never colonized by the British? Now, I'm not saying the British didn't kill people. I'm not saying they were completely fair, but also the world was a different place back then. Nowhere was fair. If the British didn't turn up to India in the 1800s, then the Indians would have been killing the Indians. People just killed each other. That's how it worked, right? Do you think India would be in a better place today if it was never colonized by the British?
I mean, they're pooping in the streets right now.
What would they be doing if the British didn't turn up? I mean, if you look at some of the biggest, best buildings in most of these countries, or some of the most critical infrastructure, it's the shit the British built 200 years ago to this day. And they had their liberation for a very long time, and they haven't managed to surpass the infrastructure the British built.
You know, it will be fair. This is an important aspect of looking at historical events. People always bring this sort of shit up when it comes to like the Native American genocide. They'll say things like, oh, America or the Europeans were evil. They came to, you know, the US and Canada and massacred indigenous people. That is true. There's a lot of really heinous shit that white Europeans did to Native people, but at the same time, Native people were committing tribal genocide against each other. So if you look at, say, an alternate history where Europeans were to never have come to the Americas, would the Indians have been better off? They probably would have been committing a lot more tribal genocide. They wouldn't have the benefits of, you know, technology and a more advanced civilization and social structure. So yeah, you can look at history and recognize that atrocities were committed, but, you know, at the same time, it's not like none of these people also benefited.
You want to talk about why that is? I mean, I'm sure there's reasons, but my point is, the British turned up to a country. They ruled India with less than fucking 60,000 men. The Indians could have kicked their ass any time, but they turned up and they gave genuine value to the point people thought, okay, these white people turned up on this boat. They know shit. Oh, whoa, railroad. Well, okay. Whoa, schools. They didn't do it purely by force. India is a big place. They did it with a very small contingent, and they did it by adding value. And yeah, the British.
I mean, they were literally wiping their ass with their hands. They didn't even have toilet paper. So, like, yeah.
British were not people you want to fuck with, but they definitely added value to their colonies. And I know this is going to upset the whole fucking world. All the people are going to say I'm a colonist. This is a pretty diverse panel. I don't know where I come in on the Brown scale, but it's a pretty. I know
where I come in.
Yeah. It's a pretty diverse panel.
Bullshit. Any civilization can grow. It just takes time. No, I would not agree with you. So you can look at white European society at the time, look at Native American society. They were literally thousands of years behind white European society. It is very likely Native Americans would have never broken out of Stone Age technology. It's very likely. Part of the reason for why that is might have to do with the kind of tools they were given to, like, work the land. You know, areas in Europe and the Middle East and China, they probably had better animals where they can actually, you know, practice agriculture. So horses, mules, cows, these large mammals help you with farming. You don't just eat them, but they can actually be used for farm work. That was all brought over by the Europeans. The type of ore that you can find in the ground more easily in some of these places, like, just increase the likelihood of things like metallurgy taking place. It's very likely that if Europeans never were to have traveled to the Americas, still to this day, and even hundreds and hundreds or even thousands of years later, Native Americans may never have developed metallurgy or agriculture or any of this. You can look at civilizations to this day who use Stone Age technology. There are uncontacted tribespeople in the Amazon. There's the North Sentinelese on North Sentinel Island. These are people who never developed past Stone Age technology. So, no, in all likelihood, they wouldn't have actually developed things like metallurgy and all this technology and social structure. like the Mayans or the Incas, when they cut their hearts out of their chest and beheaded them, and their heads roll at the bottom of the pyramids. Yeah.
Panel. But the world was a dangerous place back then. And I think being under the British Empire afforded these countries a lot of security and safety and technological advancements. And I don't think it was all completely a bad thing.
You're regular. IDF soldiers are not special forces. And before this gunfire portion starts, they're actually, in my opinion, kind of like moping around the inside of the structure in a way, where it seemed like they weren't really covering angles and being deliberate about the things that they were doing. And then the kind of the longer version of where this soldier steps up to kind of go this direction, you can even kind of see it here. He doesn't really have his gun up, like he's ready and anticipating an engagement with something that might be that direction, right? And luckily, when this gunfire comes in, he doesn't get killed, I don't believe, because they kind of run off, and then something happens after that. I assume they
Okay, that's weird. I saw that he had a laser.
take care of the bad guy, but very lucky to have survived this. And if you wanted to check what's on the other side of that wall, now I do think that there was rooms to the right, but let's just say he had the opportunity to check this space from not right at the corner, at the 90-degree corner. You would do that from the other side of the wall. So he would be able to look in there from further away, get better idea of what's going on over there with his gun up, ready to engage. And when that gunfire starts, like you see here, it may have had less of an opportunity to hit him because most of those rounds are going to be hitting the wall right by his head.
Holy fuck, bro.
So they basically just take that gun
Dude, he's lucky he survived that. That is nuts.
fire, and then I don't know what happens after because the video kind of cuts off. But I think it's safe to say that if you stack up with 4 guys and you try to go into this space, it looks like there's a door on the right, it looks like there's a door directly ahead, and it looks like where he took the gunfire from was more to the left. So you have, you know, those 3 significant problems that you have to deal with. And honestly and truly, you know, CQB is a nightmare, and you can do the absolute best that you can. But as you get the squeeze to push forward and do this, as soon as he sees you, right, the bad guy sees you, mostly they're going to wait until they know where you are, like whether that's outside of the door or they actually see you to start shooting. If you start pushing forward right here fast, doesn't matter what speed, there's no way that you could identify where he is in that moment and address him. By the time the barrage of gunfire is already coming at you, in that moment, you probably didn't even have time to process where he could have been. He could have been close, which is unlikely, but he could have been probably tucked away somewhere behind a bed where you couldn't even really see him, which becomes your ability to eliminate him or apply marksmanship very difficult to do. So once they get into this room area here, what you're going to see is, again, pre-firing happening. And as the soldier starts to step through, the bad guy tosses a grenade. Again, let's talk about the speed, right? If you pile into this room, you stack up, you get a squeeze, and you hit your pods, that guy's getting that grenade off, right? And you're not getting out of that room, okay? Because what's going to happen is everyone's going to see the grenade, and what's your normal reaction when you see a grenade is to unass, is to get out of there. So everyone's going to be running for the door. Maybe you recognize in time you don't have time to get to the door, so you're jumping behind the bed. But it's safe to say that, yeah, we might get that guy because if he's throwing a grenade, he's not shooting us in that moment. But, you know, 3 or 4 guys are going to eat that grenade, and I don't think that's going to turn out very well.
Holy shit.
So they're getting into a sustained gun battle with this guy, and you know, this is where we talk about constant pressure, right? We're holding these angles, we're denying him the freedom of movement to come out here, and he actually does. He presents his rifle.
I didn't know this idiot was also anti-vaxxer. Go figure.
Let me take a look. Shawn Baker, MD, is live. I guess this is about COVID because they're giving a thing about COVID here. Let me see.
Does Ozempic?
Can Ozempic give you more fat cells? No, but let me see. Yeah, I've known Shawn Baker was critical of COVID-19 vaccine. Basically, everything he said was complete nonsense. Mike donated $2. Well, when you think Candace Owens can't get any more retarded, she can always get more retarded. She's special. The older I get, the more absurd the concept of dinosaurs roamed the earth until a big meteor hit becomes to me. What the fuck does she mean by that? She's this close to going flat earth. Yeah, really. Is she like literally does she literally believe in like creationism now, where she denies the existence of dinosaurs to fit with the creation myth?
Pretty sure there were definitely Mesoamerican empires like Inca and Aztec who did metallurgy with gold/copper to make ceremonial shit before European contact. I agree with her point generally about civilization, but I think that claim might be wrong.
Did Incas practice metallurgy? Inca metallurgy also took place in the Tarapacá region. 50 bench type smelting surfaces, furnaces for copper production were present. Local technology during the late intermediate period. Yeah, so Incas may have again progressed to a point where they might have been comparable to Europeans at some point, but like again, when was the first like what were some of the first metallurgical, what are the first let's see, first signs of metallurgy? Early metallurgy using native copper is documented at sites in Anatolia and at the site of Tel Meguzia in Iraq, dating from the 7th/6th millennia BC. Certain metals such as tin, lead, copper can be recovered from their ores by... So you're talking about... You're still talking about people who were at least like 1,000 years behind in metallurgy. So who knows how long it would have taken them to catch up to Europeans at the, at that same point in time. This also wouldn't have been true of all cultures in North America. So, the point still stands. A lot of these cultures may not have progressed much, if at all, in the last few hundred years when Europeans, came to Europe. So they probably would have still practically been in the Stone Age or the, Copper Age, at this point in time if Europeans never visited. Thanks for the donation, though, faggot. Axel Fuzz donate tellers. Have some modern tribes not have developed more out of choice, tradition, or genuinely because they haven't figured things out, like tools? Also, do you still watch Jake Bro? Yeah, I still watch Jake Bro. We've reacted to him a few days ago. Part of it could be tradition, certainly. So, maybe. I'm sure some of it is they just didn't figure things out. Like, if you look at how long it took the rest of the world to develop these technologies, it probably just would have taken them that same amount of time from the point they started, smelting copper. Thanks for that donation, though, man.
Yeah, I believe she was a flat earther.
What are your thoughts on the increasingly popular flat earth theory? I think it's nuts. I actually have not dug deep into the flat earth theory. I tremble to answer this question because I once tweeted a joke and said, what is the one conspiracy theory that you're like, oh, maybe? And I said mine was the landing on the moon. I mean, that one just still seems highly implausible.
Okay, so yeah, she's that kind of retard.
And I would love to hear a debate around the moon landing, that we never went back to the moon and somehow had enough fuel to get all the way there. We actually have gotten nowhere near the moon. I mean, I think now the astronauts only go 200 miles outside, and the moon is like, what is it, like 16,000 miles outside of the Earth's sphere? I don't know. It's crazy. Look into that one is what I would say. I don't want to.
Yeah, she's remarkably stupid. Just remarkably stupid.
About the flat Earth theory,
That's pretty dumb. Maggot donated $2. Peak gluttony. Let me see.
Y'all, when I tell y'all, hold on, y'all, butter chicken, y'all, the more I dip my Wingstop in my butter chicken, y'all, hold on, y'all, because I need to make a sandwich, y'all, baby.
I don't know how anybody can watch that trash. That is gross. Thanks for the donation, Maggot. Dreamsation donated $2. Vegan gains type beat. Can I see your baby in that stroller? Oh shit. Say that a hero can save us. Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Dreamsation.
All right, Amanda P says, hi, doctor. Hi, Amanda. How are you? We got the Zen Monkey saying, watched you a lot during the lockdowns. I was fired for not being vaccinated. Was also the only employee that didn't get COVID. Yeah, it's kind of funny looking at that in retrospect. It was not funny looking at it.
So let's see. You were fired for not getting vaccinated, and you were the only employee that didn't get COVID. Maybe that's because you got fired and you stayed at home collecting unemployment. Maybe. Who knows? I guess social distancing might work.
In retrospect, it's actually quite, it produces quite a bit of irritation and anger, you know, more anger than anything. And I too was very frustrated with the way that whole sort of deal was handled. And, you know.
Yeah, it's frustrating when you don't have a right to willingly spread a deadly disease.
Yo VG, long time no see, it's me Gig. I am classic Gigliardo and my catchphrase is Gig. Isn't that so silly? Stream smells much better without that stinky hole around. Gig. Yo,
Mike. It does smell better. Indeed. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo. Good to see you here.
Tyson needs to be stopped. Mike just fired back at Jake Paul during their press conference and left the whole room speechless.
Jake Paul, one thing people don't know about you. I want to kiss Mike's big juicy lips.
What? That's so ironic that he said that, because I saw a picture of him dancing at 16 doing a little dance on YouTube, and for some reason I had an erection. Hey, yep.
Yo, Mike Tyson.
That's pretty weird. Thanks again, Gig.
My nads hurt.
Well, maybe it's because you're a big ol' fat dumb bitch. Thanks for the donation, big ol' fat dumb bitch.
I was literally pretty much almost kicked off completely social media because I just, for the act of saying I think people should have informed consent about, about what they're going on. So it's interesting, I know.
What does he mean informed consent? Anti-vaxxers are fucking retarded. They won't listen to any facts or evidence or reason or logic, and they'll just do what they want and knowingly spread a disease. So informed consent is just fucking retarded. You should have, you should be able to say, I know this disease is deadly and it kills people, but, I'm just not going to get vaccinated and spread it.
It's kind of interesting. There's a couple lawyers down in California suing several of the hospitals in California around their COVID actions. And you know, they've got some novel thoughts on how to approach it in the context of.
Okay, well, he's a dum-dum.
Give you actually more fat cells. There's an interesting paper here from 2013 when they first started investigating these class of drugs, these GLP-1.
Let me see. There's probably an animal study. Glucagon, like peptide 1, regulates adipogenesis in 3T3L1 pre-adipocytes. Gut-derived peptide has been reported to have profound effects on metabolism, introduce insulin resistance, adipocyte hyperplasia, stimulated by pre-adipocyte differentiation, has a positive effect on adipose tissue insulin sensitivity. However, remains less clear whether GLP-1 plays a role in adipogenesis. In the study, we examined the effect of GLP-1 on pre-adipocyte differentiation and investigated the mechanisms that may be involved in this effect. In our 3T3L1 cell study, we tested the levels of adipocyte-specific markers and signaling pathways during pre-adipocyte differentiation. In addition, oil red O staining was used to examine lipid accumulation. So this was in vitro experiment. Image Pro plus 5.02 was used to analyze size, number of lipid droplets. We found that GLP-1 elevated the protein expression levels of free fatty acid binding protein 4, AP2, and the transcription factor peroxisome proliferator activated receptor Y in a dose-dependent manner during 3T3L1 pre-adipocyte differentiation. Furthermore, RT-PCR results showed that GLP-1 promoted CCAAT enhancer binding protein alpha, blah, 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 and lipoprotein lipase expression at the transcription level. These data suggest that GLP-1 promotes pre-adipocyte differentiation. Our study also found that treatment of the cells with 100 nanometer GLP-1 enhanced the phosphorylation of AKT signaling during the first 24 hours of differentiation. No significant effect on lipid accumulation. There were increased numbers of small adipocytes in the cells treated with the GLP-1. Taken together, these results indicate that GLP-1 regulates 3T3L1 adipogenesis and AKT signaling pathway may be involved in this process. The differentiated small adipocytes may have a positive effect against insulin resistance and obesity. So this was a study in a petri dish, not even in an animal model, and they actually found that this mechanism assists with insulin resistance, which is what the fucking drug was designed to do anyway. Jared donated $2. Let me see.
Man, he calls himself, I think Greg just said, it's an IBB Pro. Listen, Greg, if you got the right IBB Pro in your name, it means you're fucking shit as a bodybuilder. But he's made about 6 to 8 videos about me, long form videos about me on YouTube. And every time I watch it, I think, God, this guy is so sad. You're missing one point. The reason why people follow me is because I'm giving them free content that's valuable.
People listen to you because they're stupid and don't know any better. And yeah, if any of your crap was behind a paywall, I don't think anybody would watch.
Valuing it is helping them a lot. People are making changes, lifestyle changes, and they're feeling good. You wouldn't understand it. We're all working for money, but don't just make it about money. Let's also make it about helping people. And that's what you're...
Okay, none of that was a response to any of the criticism Greg gave him, so yeah. Stupid shit from Dum Dum, as always. Thanks for the donation, Jared.
GLP-1 receptor agonist.
Do you refer to flat earthers as pop-tards? No, I don't even understand the I don't understand the joke.
And what they found was, yes, indeed, it does cause something called fat cell hyperplasia. Now, hyperplasia means the creation of more cells, whereas hypertrophy means the cells get bigger. Now, here's a couple caveats to this. Hyperplastic small fat cells tend to be insulin sensitive, and that is quote unquote a good thing. And this drug clearly does this. Here's a picture of fat cells prior to Ozempic, and then after. You can see there's significantly more fat cells in the GLP-1 treated group. Now, here comes the kicker with this. You create more fat cells on Ozempic. Studies clearly.
Why aren't Maya people turning vegan? We have debates with meat eaters and lots of carnies apparently hate, for example, Tristan's defense of eating meat. But the problem is, if you want to eat meat you have to make those sorts of arguments. It's disgusting.
Tristan Lee is a selfish retard. Same with all of these fitness influencers. Lean Beef Patty, Tristan Lee, you name it. All of them are. They are like in their teens or early 20s. They only care about themselves. They only care about social media fame. And they will just do whatever the fuck they want without any concern for whether or not it's harming other people. That's why. They're just fucking dickheads. Thanks for the donation though, Riley.
Really show that. While you're taking the drug, that's okay because it keeps them.
Oh, Tate tards. Yeah, didn't Andrew Tate basically make an argument essentially saying the earth is flat? I remember.
Small and insulin sensitive. But if you ever have to stop taking the drug for any reason, you have side effects, you can't afford it, or some other thing comes up, which is very likely to happen, then those fat cells, which are insulin sensitive, now potentially revert back to becoming insulin resistant as your hunger increases, as you gain more and more weight, and ultimately you have more fat cells to gain weight.
This hasn't been shown in any of the literature. You can look at the randomized trials that have, been done on all of these GLP-1 agonists. After the drug is, after they stop using the drug, they are less likely to gain weight than if they had never used the drug before. So yeah, there is some mechanistic reasons to suspect that an increased amount of fat cells might drive up hunger and increase the likelihood of gaining weight again. But if you actually look at the data, people who are overweight, who take these GLP-1 agonists, who go off of the GLP-1 agonists after the treatment is done, they're less likely to gain weight than if they had not been on the drug before. So speculate all you want, but again, there's actually data about this. I don't know why he wouldn't talk about that.
Weight with, and so this could be a complete disaster. Now, the better thing to do would be not to go on the drug.
Would I fight Shawn Baker in a boxing ring? Yeah. Dude, he's old as shit, eats a terrible diet, and if he were to go into a boxing ring with me, he'd have no fucking stamina. Because the guy doesn't eat carbohydrates. He's a fucking idiot. And he's old as shit. He's is he 57? There's just no way he'd be able to stand a chance.
Because you don't take that risk. Interestingly, here's another.
Or is he 54 or something? I know he's in his 50s. No, yeah. So in this Twitter post, it says he's 56, and this was last year, so he's 57. He wouldn't stand a chance. Maggot donated $2 more gluttony. Let me see. That is so gross. Well, hopefully she chokes on her next meal. Thanks for that donation, Maggot.
Interesting study that shows that beef isolate, for instance, actually stimulates GLP-1 in the body in the normal concentration. Remember, this fat cell hyperplasia is a product of the fact that the doses are relatively high compared to what.
Okay, so Shawn Baker's still an idiot.
Whenever you have the time. It's a long video. Also, how do you feel about non-vegans in vegan organizations? My friend's mom is an animal rights activist but makes the typical excuses for not being vegan.
They're cunts. That's my thoughts on non-vegans being animal rights activists. They are cunts. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Outside of the threshold, and don't really know how it ends. I assume again that they got this guy, but surprising, right, to see that he's taking incoming rounds towards the threshold, and he still kind of presents his rifle right here and tries to engage them. Some of these rounds that they are shooting seem to be kind of inaccurate. They're hitting the wall, like behind him, before the door on the other side.
Shawn is a dickhead, not only figuratively.
Yeah, he does kind of have a head that's shaped like a dick. Thanks for the donation, one. It's like one of those weird dicks that get just smaller towards the tip and don't have like that mushroom. He has like one of those weird dicks that just, you know, get smaller towards the tip. Thanks for the donation, one.
Obviously, if rounds are hitting the door to the room or the threshold to the room that you're trying to come out of, you'll be less inclined to do that. So maybe some more accurate gunfire into that space would have certainly denied him the ability to do that. Somebody had mentioned something about laser discipline in one of my videos, which I'll just explain this real quick while we're here. Primarily, they're used for communicating with one another, nonverbal communication, marking things. You know, you can have certain processes in place to tell people certain things by the pattern in which you're moving your laser, deconflict if you end up in an intersection.
Lasers are super hard to shoot with. They're really, really hard to like actually aim and shoot with, like surprisingly so. So they're not great for actually using as an aiming tool.
Or rooms that join where you can, you know, use your lasers to say, hey, we're, you know, friendly over here. But in this situation, it's not a bad idea to use your laser. And I'm not even talking about using it as an aiming device because you don't even need it, right? But putting your laser right on that door is going to stop that guy from probably wanting to come out, right? From a psychological perspective, you see a laser shining at the door, you assume that if you present yourself to the laser, you're going to be shot. And another reason why that's cool or that's a good thing is because what you'll see here, I think, is you can turn your laser off, right? Which may imply to the bad guy that you're not actually looking at the door now, which you could be looking at the door. So that's a tactic that you could use. You have your laser on, you're denying him access. He's not coming out. He's not coming out. You turn your laser off, but you're still holding on it. Now he thinks, oh, he must not be holding it, steps out, and turns out that you are. So the reason I have this in here is because it's important to point out, and especially in a combat zone, I'm surprised it seems like such a disparity between
Carnivore diet, vegan diet are retarded. I have peer-reviewed studies that the poop diet is healthiest. Please insert a syringe into my urethra and inject diarrhea into my balls, so I can calm a liquid poop onto my poop-stuffed Richard Burgess body pillow.
Alright, how about I do that for you after stream? Thanks for that donation, Boil Diarrhea.
regular, maybe I'm not surprised, but Israeli soldiers and special forces. I guess when I was in the Marines, I didn't know any better other than what I was being taught. So I just didn't even really think about anything above the infantry. But just in combat in general, you typically don't want to stay bunched up together, whether you're inside or outside, because obviously one machine gun or one grenade could take out many of you. That's not ideal. And what happens here is that kind of happens. They're bunched up in the hallway. And I don't know if the bad guy came down because the video kind of clips, or if there was a grenade thrown, which seems like probably there's a grenade thrown and they're trying to get away from there, which makes that really hard to do. So being spread out helps you mitigate that from being a significant problem. Now they're holding here on the stairs, and the bad guy kind of comes around and shows himself, and they're able to eliminate him. And what you'll see is the soldier who's holding here engages him. He pretty much deals with him. Next guy comes up and also kind of handles that too. But what you'll see is his muzzle or his round hits the wall where the soldier is. This is the soldier shooting at the bad guy and the soldier's round hitting the wall. Nir Maman talked about that being an issue because soldiers have been killed because it bounces back or it ricochets off and hits another soldier. And he is doing a good job at keeping his muzzle.
If a bullet ricochets, it tends to travel along the path that it hits. So if you hit a wall, it's going to follow along the wall. It doesn't like ricochet back. You can have that problem if you're shooting something like really, really hard surfaces that are uneven, like a rock. If you hit a rock and there's a kind of divot in the rock, that can actually cause the bullet to shoot straight back because, again, along the divot, there's like a wall on the side. The bullet will hit into the hole, and then it'll travel along the side of the hole and then bounce back. But yeah, if you're getting shot at or you're shooting at somebody and there's a wall next to them, or if you shoot along the ground, you can actually use that to your advantage to kill somebody. So if somebody's hiding behind a car, you can actually shoot at the ground. The bullets will travel along the ground and hit them in the leg.
Beyond the corner initially. I think probably just some physiological responses and losing sight of that kind of backs off, continues to engage, and you'll see one round hit the wall where he's standing. If you'd like to support the channel, you could do that by tapping on this photo to subscribe. And if you...
Yeah, that looks pretty gnarly.
I promised you, and here it is. I hope that you enjoy this free episode of my series, A Shot in the Dark.
What every parent should know about the HPV vaccines. Yeah, so Candace Owens has spread misinformation about HPV and HPV vaccines on Twitter. She claimed HPV is not a communicable disease, which it is. I don't know how you get it if it's not transferable from human to human. She's also claimed the HPV vaccine has horrible side effects. It does not. There's massive risks to getting HPV, particularly for women. It massively increases the risk of, ovarian or cervical cancer. So you don't want to get it. It's bad. Aside from causing like warts and shit on your genitals, it can also massively increase your risk of cancer and dying. So it's not a good thing, and you should get a vaccine for it. That's why HPV vaccines are mandatory for girls in, I think, as early as elementary school. So Candace is a fucking idiot.
Dark. I wanted to give this to you guys as a gift because I believe that it is the most important work that I do here, the most important work that I do potentially in the world, going through all of these topics, birth control, vaccines. We're not stopping. We're going to also unpack what is in our food, what is making us sick. And yes, they know that they are making us sick. They know that these things lead to cancer. They have always known this, and yet they are still allowed to sell us.
Like, again, it's funny how she's saying, oh, this leads to cancer, but then she's promoting people to not get the HPV vaccine, which puts them at risk for cancer.
These things. Why? Well, I think you're about to find out. You guys love this episode, and I know that you will. I want you to know that you can watch the rest of the series exclusively on Daily Wire Plus. Click the link in the description to watch. I'm on a journey to ask the questions that it feels like we're not supposed to ask, to look at the data that we're maybe not meant to see. I mean, I'm not an expert, I'm not a doctor, I'm not a scientist, but I am a mother. It's not advice that I want to give people, it's simply the courage to ask questions. I just want us all to be informed so that we never have to take a shot in the dark. Wow, oh wow, episode.
So somebody who has absolutely zero medical training and is also a full-fledged retard is going to tell us about vaccines, right? How is she not banned from YouTube?
Episode 1 of A Shot in the Dark, now on the Daily Wire. I am beyond excited right now. I came in essentially skipping into work today because this has been a dream of mine and now it is about to be realized. So let's just back this up. If you are a person and you were formerly watching A Shot in the Dark on Parler, you know exactly what this is about. I want you to know that we are going to recreate those first 10 or 11 episodes. And if you are new to this too, is without a doubt the most important work that I have ever done. It has been my most important contribution to vaccines and with Big Pharma. And this show is going to cover so much more than just vaccines and medicine. I want to eventually talk about food, all the decisions that we are making day in and day out. But it does begin, of course, with vaccines. A Shot in the Dark. If you are wondering what it was or how it got started, I really think it was God's timing, first and foremost, just to come right out with it. I do not vaccinate my children. I know that for some of you, that might seem insane.
Yes, have them get measles and either die or get severe neurological diseases. Good idea.
If you had asked me growing up about people that did not vaccinate their children, I would have said they are insane. The slur of calling somebody an anti-vaxxer has been tremendously effective throughout my lifetime, and I thought it was the crazy, crunchy people who wanted their children to die that didn't vaccinate their children. But obviously, as I said before, your life experiences transform you, and I had a life experience that transformed me in the form of me being vax injured. But how was this God's timing? Okay, well, I had my child, and I had one of the COVID babies. My son, he's now 2 and a couple of months old, very healthy. And what really happened was during the time of COVID, it was unique because I think for the first time, individuals were willing to hear a different perspective on medicine, a different perspective on vaccines. And I think a big reason for that was just the amount of censorship surrounding just the COVID vaccine that alerted a lot of people. For example, we were getting in trouble if we shared our lived experiences on social media. So what do I mean? Obviously, this is no longer, it doesn't seem to be a policy on Facebook, but if you had marched in and you were, I am definitely want to be the first person in line to get the vaccine, and that's totally fine if you were that person. But if you then got the vaccine and then went onto Facebook during this time of mass censorship and you said, oh man, I was sick for 3 days after it, I feel worse after getting the vaccine, your account could have been hit.
Nope, that never happened. That is just complete and utter bullshit. I've talked about getting the COVID vaccine and the COVID boosters on social media. I talked about how it gave me really bad muscle soreness for about 2-3 days. And I got like a fever and chills. Guess what happened? Nothing. This isn't happening to anybody. People were getting their accounts banned for saying, oh, I know somebody who died from after they got the COVID vaccine. Don't get the COVID vaccine. It'll kill you. Those are the people who are getting their account banned. No one was getting their account banned because they said they got a fever and chill after the fucking vaccine, which is a known adverse side effect of the vaccine. This was published in the fucking randomized trials that Pfizer and Moderna put out. That is a typical side effect of most vaccines. You're an idiot and a fucking liar.
Do you think there should be censorship when it comes to misinformation? I think so. Funny how you get in trouble for your videos on Islam, but these videos are still out and misinforming people.
Yes, misinformation, especially extremely harmful misinformation, so say vaccine misinformation, should absolutely be censored. So when you're talking about like massive public health crises where millions of people could die if there's vaccine misinformation getting spread, should absolutely be censored.
Sunscreen is a little bit of a controversial topic now. Some sunscreens actually contain substances that can go transdermal and can cross the blood-brain barrier, which is a scary thing. You don't necessarily want that. So you have to be really careful about which sunscreens you use if you're going to use sunscreen.
We may have the
Here we go. More stupid shit from fucking Huberman.
Equivalent of eye obesity in modern times.
Yeah. Your eyes are the only two parts of your brain that are outside your skull. They are not eyes. They are literally pieces of your brain.
With kids,
your eyes are your eyes. They are not your brain.
2 and up, say they're watching TV, would you just prescribe, in quotes, to them to also make sure they're balancing that out with getting outside, or would you take the TV away?
When I have kids, I will not allow them to engage with screens for particular designated parts of the day. Anything that stimulates a lot of dopamine release is a very sharp blade. Look at the data on living longer and being healthier. There are 2 things that are undeniably the biggest accelerators of and extenders of lifespan and health span. And that's 150 to 200 minutes of zone 2 cardio per week and sauna.
Whoa. What? I'm sorry? Since when did saunas become one of the most predictable lifestyle changes for mortality and life expectancy? Like, oh my god, this guy is so fucking retarded. It's insane. Thanks for the donation, Grandam.
Your account could have been frozen. Facebook had this unique policy at that time, but even if what you were sharing was true, if it created vaccine hesitancy, then they could take out your account. And I think for a lot of people, it just made them uncomfortable because you want people to be able to talk freely about their experiences. So I think the timing of me creating a Shot in the Dark, and again, it was not about COVID. We never discussed the COVID vaccine whatsoever. It was the perfect time. People, I think, were more receptive to the message. And the message really is that I am not going to try to convince you not to vaccinate your children. That is not what I am being tasked with. It is not what is in my heart or soul to do. What I want to give you instead is information. I want you to be able to, as a parent, not do something under duress, not do something because somebody is saying to you, if you don't, your children are going to die. That doesn't seem like a healthy relationship to have with anybody. I want you to be able to.
Yeah, so doctors shouldn't be able to tell the truth, and they shouldn't be able to tell you that if you don't give your kids the measles vaccine, they could get measles and die. What they should tell you is, oh yeah, you could choose to, get the vaccine or not. It doesn't make a difference. Like, this is just idiotic. Yeah, there's a reason why doctors say that. It's because there is a real risk of children dying from not getting vaccinated, you fucking idiot. Just because you don't like that fact doesn't mean it isn't true.
To make an informed decision, to actually know what the risks were before they ever even came up with the vaccine, how many people were actually dying of this illness, and what the risks are today. How many people are becoming ill with this? How effective has the vaccine even been? And I think that's fair. I don't even understand how it could be plausible for an individual to say that parents don't have a right to that information, that parents should just blindly trust doctors and should blindly trust medical professionals. I want you to have enough information that you feel confident as a new parent or as an old parent talking to your pediatrician and saying, well, what about this? I see this information on the CDC website. And by the way, just to tell you right off the bat, I am not going to use shady sources throughout this process. You're not going to be, well, I found this on Reddit.
She's going to use shady sources or cherry pick shit off of a CDC website and misinterpret what they say, and partly by cherry picking a quote and not looking at the full paragraph. Apex $22, you're a horrible debater. Your only resort is to yell you're anti-Semite when getting embarrassed. We are anti-Zionists, like ultra-Orthodox Jews. Okay, I don't know where you got the idea ultra-Orthodox Jews are anti-Zionist. Secondly, having an anti-Zionist position, I would say, is inherently anti-Semitic. Can you give me an argument why Jews shouldn't have their own nation state? That's all Zionism is. Zionism is just the belief that Jews should have their own nation state in which they can protect themselves from things like another Holocaust. So if you're anti-Zionist and you want the state of Israel to be destroyed, what do you think the destruction of the state of Israel would look like? It would look like a second Holocaust. The irony of H calling Putin a mass murderer, but you support Netanyahu. Yeah, that's because Russia is actually trying to commit a genocide. They're deliberately targeting civilians. They have extreme nationalist views. They have many fascist policies like banning homosexuality. And they're kidnapping thousands of fucking children. I think there's over 100,000 children from Ukraine who have been kidnapped, and they're being brainwashed into thinking they're actually Russian, and they were never even from Ukraine, and they're only being taught the Russian language. That Russia's actually committing a genocide. When's the last time you saw Israel deliberately bombing civilians, trying to kidnap fucking babies? You would get destroyed by Abby Martin. I don't know who the fuck that is, but she sounds retarded. Thanks for that donation, Apex.
and I want to know what you think about this. I want to be above and beyond here. I want to use mainstream sources. I want to use CDC data. I want to take a look at the FDA inserts when I talk about what can happen if you give your child a vaccine. These are things that the pediatrician does not supply you, which should be astounding to you. You should think to yourself, you can imagine people being able to give your child a snack and then saying, what's in the snack? What are the ingredients? And them saying, we're not allowed to actually tell you, just eat the snack. You would say that makes no sense. So before I get into my background story with vaccines and what caused, I guess, my radical shift in my position, I also just want to talk about gut instincts, because I think it's really important that parents don't just ignore their subconscious. We're basically told just ignore your gut instincts, ignore that voice in your head that's saying this is wrong, wrong, wrong. No, your gut instinct when it comes to parenting is supreme. I think especially if you're a mom, I think God has designed us in a way where we are just so attached to our children and so plugged in that we, if you're like me, I know the octave of my child's cry. I know when he's actually hurt, when he's not really hurt, when he's playing it up, and when he just wants attention. God gave us that. We actually possess that instinct for a reason. So there were a couple of things to me, before I decided I was fully against vaccines, that I registered.
Okay, so that is completely and utterly false. One, God doesn't exist. And even if we were to assume this idea that God does exist, I can prove for a fact that God did not give us some sort of parental instinct to know when a kid actually needs help or if they're playing it up. You can look at common parenting practices back in the 1940s up until I'd say about the 1980s. There was this common belief that infant children, babies, would scream unnecessarily just for the purpose of intention, and they're trying to manipulate you. That was a pervasive myth that was going around at that time. Well, it turns out that's completely bullshit. Infant children literally do not have the brain capacity to be manipulative. So when they're screaming and crying, that means they actually need something. I don't think it's until they're about like 3 years old or older where they can actually learn that if they scream, they can manipulate you into getting like attention or a reward or something. So that's an example of parental intuition not fucking working. If we actually had real parental intuition that was given by God, where we know when a kid's being manipulative or not, that myth would not have been so pervasive. Bootycum donated $2. Abby Martin is that girl who was the gaslighting bitch on Piers the other day. Oh, is she the chick with the really deep voice who always uses all the buzzwords, genocide, ethnic cleansing, that sort of horse shit? She's a fucking moron. I'd absolutely fucking annihilate her in a debate. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
Just weird. First and foremost, if you know anything about my backstory, I did not grow up with any money. And if you are surrounded by people who don't have a lot of money, one thing that you will know that is true is that poor people always stick to the vaccine schedule. They 100% trust their doctors. I do not know a single person growing up in my environment that did not get vaccines. Something that was weird is that as my circle...
That is not true. Poor people, especially in the Black community, are extremely vaccine hesitant. There's a few cultural reasons for that. Black people were experimented on without their knowledge in the early 20th century. There's like the Tuskegee experiments. People were infected with syphilis without their knowledge to see what would happen. There were forced... what is it? There were eugenics programs that forcibly sterilized people, particularly blacks. So in certain communities that are worse off, poor, like the Black community, there's a lot of skepticism against the medical institutions. And part of that is because of institutional racism that occurred. Bootycum donated $2. This bitch here. Let me see.
It's not up to me, Piers. Hamas is...
Yeah. She's She's a complete and utter idiot. Like, no fucking clue. I would be able to absolutely massacre her in a debate. Thanks for that donation, Bootycum.
Became wealthier. I was suddenly being exposed to more people that didn't vaccinate their children. that instantly registered to me as weird. And I'm talking about, I could name for you celebrities that do not vaccinate their children, very wealthy, well-known celebrities who choose not to vaccinate their children. So just an instant question that I think I started asking myself is why? If these are life-saving vaccines and people are going to die without them, why would somebody who has more education and more access to resources choose to opt out of this? Doesn't make sense. So that's just a simple gut instinct question that I started to ask myself, which I thought was quite odd. A second thing is I realized that there are such unbelievably conflicting messages when you become a new parent. And I'm going to give you an example. We're not going to talk about DTaP today, but let's just talk about the ingredients that are in the DTaP shot very briefly, because I want to make a point. So this is from the CDC website, and it just tells you what's in the DTaP vaccine. And it says that there is a 0.5 milliliter dose, which contains 6.7 limit of flocculation of diphtheria toxoid. And then it says it contains tetanus toxoid and not more than 0.17 of a milligram of aluminum. It then says the residual formaldehyde content is less than 0.02%, and the vaccine contains a trace amount of thimerosal. Now, guys.
Okay, so the reason there's aluminum, formaldehyde, and thimerosal in the vaccine is because it's an adjuvant. It increases the immune response to the vaccine. So, if you were to not have these compounds in the vaccine would be far less effective and it would be much less likely to actually generate immunity. You can look at the effects of injecting things like aluminum intramuscularly. It does not increase blood levels of aluminum. It is not linked with autism or any sort of neurological disorders. And thimerosal, which is a form of mercury. It's not elemental mercury. This is what confuses a lot of people because mercury is known to be toxic to humans. Thimerosal is not the same thing as elemental mercury. The difference is thimerosal cannot be absorbed by the body and it cannot enter any cell membranes. So there's no reason for why you would think it would be linked to autism or any of these other disorders because it can't be absorbed by your body.
Martin also worked for Russia Today and is a 9/11 truther. Horrible individual.
Oh, well, that explains it. For some reason, there's a lot of pro-Russians that are like pro-Palestinian. I don't know why, but they're all just psychotic. Thanks for the donation, tacos. So, I'm sure she's going to go on about, there's aluminum in this, aluminum toxic, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Thimerosal. Now, guys, I want to also just say to you that as we go through these things, I am certain that I'm going to mispronounce ingredients and all of these words. It is totally fine. I don't want you to allow people to convince you that if you can't say these terms, that means you don't know what you're talking about. That is one of the things that I find to be increasingly annoying about Big Pharma. It's like, if you don't know how to pronounce this word, then you're no longer allowed to read it. And that is complete BS. It's okay to mispronounce words. We'll start getting it right as we get into this. So just
Yeah, typically somebody who's actually well-researched a topic, they'll actually know how to pronounce certain words. So if you don't know how to pronounce a given word or some sort of technical jargon, that kind of is an indication that you didn't do your research.
look at those ingredients, you go, wow, that sounds like a lot. Is this really allowed am I allowed to inject this?
Like, just imagine this. Have you ever met somebody who was proficient in playing the violin or the cello or the ukulele who didn't know how to properly pronounce cello, violin, or ukulele? No, because violinists, they are interested in the violin. They practice it every day. That's what they do. So they'd kind of know how to pronounce a word like violin. If you encountered somebody in the street who you asked, can you play the violin? And they said, violin? Violin? What? Oh, you mean villanol. Oh, yeah, I can play that instrument. Like,
I've seen pro-Palestinians that are now pro-communist. Even other vegans who are also pro-Palestinian are saying communism and veganism are intertwined or some bullshit.
Yeah, they're, it is the most insane brain rot I've ever fucking seen, bro. Thanks for that donation, Will Mage.
my child's arm, they say it's trace amounts, no big deal. But a conflicting message here is that they also tell you while you're pregnant that everything you do, even a trace amount, could be harmful for your child. Case in point. The same CDC tells you.
Yeah, okay, so this is where the misinformation starts. If you eat aluminum, that is a lot different than injecting aluminum intramuscularly. Very different.
You that despite the fact that it is perfectly safe for you to give your child multiple vaccinations in one visit, which contain these aluminums, they also tell you that when you introduce your children to food, it should be just one at a time. So if you're giving your child organic food, I don't know, like peanuts, it just one at a time. You gotta be very careful as you're introducing new foods in case your child has an allergy. Or my favorite is that when you're pregnant, God forbid, you have half a glass of wine. Oh my God, how could you do that? You'd be poisoning your child. Formaldehyde, totally fine, trace amounts, a little bit of wine.
You're entirely wrong. Zionism is anti-Semitism. And racism and speciesism, and white supremacy, and far-right extremist.
Yeah, sure. Veganism and Zionism are fundamentally incompatible ideologies. If you were to ask somebody about this post and ask them, do you believe there should be a two-state solution? They would probably say yes. And then that would mean they're Zionist. So they don't even know what Zionism is. Fucking idiotic. Zionism is anti-Semitism, right? Because wanting a Jewish state that protects them against a Holocaust is anti-Semitic. That makes perfect sense.
Yes, that pattern definitely exists. Many pro-Palestinians are also pro-Russian, which is hypocritical given they think Palestine is occupied, while supporting Russia who's actively in the process of genociding and occupying Ukraine.
It's brain rot. It is pure brain rot. And, like, again, it proves that they're not actually against any kind of genocide. They don't really care about the war. It's all about hating Jews. The war on Gaza just gives them an excuse to spew anti-Semitic Jewish hatred, and they don't actually have this anti-war standpoint. They're very much in support of Russia invading Ukraine and killing innocent people. It's just when the Jews do it, it's wrong because they hate Jews. Thanks for that donation, Mola. The Only Path donated $2. What type of Pokemon is this? Oh my god. That's a good mole. Wow. That's amazing. Oh my god, I'd feed him a carrot. He elephant. Oh my god. That's a good Hyrax. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, the Hyrax actually shares a genetic lineage with the elephant. You can actually track the fossil record, and they share an ancestor. And they actually have the same amount of vertebrae in their spine. So they're very closely related to elephants, believe it or not. Look at him munching. Oh my god, I need this. I need him. I'm going to take him and feed him lettuce. I need him. That is amazing. Look at him munch on his lettuce. Oh my god, he just loves lettuce. That is good. Oh yes, you munch on your lettuce. Legendary clip. Let me see. Oh yeah, I love this. He is completely unaware. Yeah, that's fucking good, dude. Get fucked, asshole. Horse likes to be tucked into bed? Oh my goodness. The horse likes to be tucked in. Yes, that's a good horse. Tuck your horse into bed.
What a sweet horse. That's nice.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's good. Well, that guy's stupid. Oh, yeah. Wow. What the fuck? I wonder if that guy's drunk. He should not be riding a motorcycle, especially without a helmet. Thanks for that donation, The Only Path.
This kid is a conservative, but I think he has a base take when it comes to this topic. He's calling Macklemore out.
Let me take a look.
There was the Holocaust. There will never be reparations for that. The only way that we can atone for our past is by today standing up against apartheid, against occupation, against genocide for a free Palestine. That's the only way.
How's about we don't take political advice from rappers? This guy Macklemore went to Germany, the country that less than 2 generations ago spearheaded one of the greatest atrocities in all of human history against Jews and other people. Keep in mind, there are still people alive today who survived this atrocity, people that saw their entire families perish in front of their eyes and got thrown into cattle cars. This atrocity was so bad, the Western world agreed that Jews needed their own country to save themselves from this ever happening again. And this schmuck hops on stage and tells a bunch of young people from that country, many of which are grand and great-grandchildren of members of the regime that carried out that atrocity, that the only way they can atone for it is to seek out the destruction of the state that belongs to the descendants of the people that were victims of that atrocity? You know, Ben, I remember years ago when you got called out for dressing up as an anti-Semitic stereotype of a Jew, but I was very young. It was one day before my bar mitzvah, so I didn't have much of an opinion on it. Then, about 2 years ago, it got brought up in some random conversation I was having with a friend, and I thought about it some more. Believe it or not, despite how damning the costume was, I decided to give you the benefit of the doubt because we live in a culture that is so quick to cancel people.
Yeah, that's a pretty base take.
Zionism did, not now, what they did for 100 years ago. By tricks, they bring up much Jews from European countries to make up a majority. And there was a very beautiful life together with the Muslim people because they have no aspirations to take over the land. So the Muslim people are really very, very kind people. In the hospitality is very, very good, very good.
I don't like arguing with other Jews because in the past that has directly led to our downfall, but the Naturikarte are becoming a problem. Before I debunk what he says in this video, it's worth noting that the Naturikarte Hasidic dynasty only make up about 5,000 members worldwide, which is far less than 1% of the entire Jewish population, so their opinion is not by any means the main Jewish opinion. However, Palestinian activists who like to tokenize them do not care about this. Now, this guy starts off by saying that Zionists use, quote, tricks to create a European majority in Israel. This tells us right off the bat that he's never looked at an Israeli demographics chart. Over half of the Jews in Israel are Mizrahi. These are Jews who are descended from the Middle East, North Africa, and Asia. My father's family is among them, from Libya. Now, you might ask yourself, how did all of them end up in Israel? I mean, this guy claimed later in the video that the Muslims treated the Jews with hospitality and they lived in peace. Yeah, no. To quote Maimonides, one of the greatest Jewish sages, God has entangled us with this people, the nation of Ishmael, who treat us so prejudicially and who legislate our harm and hatred. No nation has ever arisen more harmful than they, nor has anyone done more to humiliate us, degrade us, and consolidate hatred against us. Oh, is a quote not enough? Okay, what about the fact that under Islamic law we had to live as dhimmis, people who had to pay extra taxes, as well as not being able to freely practice our religions unless it was okay and approved by the Islamic leaders in the area? Oh, is that still not enough? Are those examples too old? Okay, then why don't we talk about some more recent examples of Jewish persecution in the Middle East? There was the Farhud, or in Arabic violent dispossession, in 1941 of the Jews in Iraq. There were Yemen's Aden riots in 1947, or Iran's Shiraz blood libel. I could go on forever. The fact of the matter is that life for Jews under Islamic rule was never good. Was it better than maybe under some medieval Europe rule? Sure. But good? Absolutely.
Yeah. All true. Thanks for that donation, Well Mage.
Soon we will see the death of Israel. Gas the bikes, race car now.
No, I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Thanks for that, Nation Lampshade Collector.
Tell this faggot bungus that Steve Irwin the crocodile hunter is totally gay molesting, and mistreating animals on a daily basis. Steve is complete piece of shit, complete piece of shit, complete piece of shit, complete piece of shit, complete piece of shit.
Okay, I'll be sure to tell him that. That's pretty good. Thanks for that, Nation Axel. Boil Diarrhea donated $2. This nigga should transition. He'd be so hot. Yeah, I guess. Thanks for that, Nation Boil Diarrhea.
Not okay. That just to me registers as something that is a little weird. And again, I'm not advocating that women should go and drink wine or consume alcohol while they're pregnant. Of course, all of these things could have a downside.
How to become relevant again after performing on stage posing as an anti-Semitic stereotype. Make an anti-Semitic rap song about imaginary genocide. Right, Macklemore?
Yeah, really. That's probably his angle. Thanks for that, Nation Grey Knight.
But it is strange that the messaging is that everything that you do could harm your child, but everything that we do, including injecting your child with formaldehyde and aluminums and other metals, is perfectly safe. And
So again, she provides no evidence of the harm of vaccines. All she does is show her ignorance that, oh, why would the CDC recommend, slowly introducing foods, but...
React to this, these are funny. Angry Dad, if you've heard of these two clown.
Of vaccines, all she does is show her ignorance that, oh, why would the CDC recommend, slowly... Why is he restreaming my stream? Okay, also, these are funny, Angry Dad, if you've heard of them.
That's what the cunt wants to see. Someone keeps sending Dad pads and nappies every day. And overnight... fucking awful! He's got wings. Okay. Find you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Because they write a...
That's not funny.
Hey guys, me and Dad have got a meeting in the city at 4 o'clock, so I decided to just make a little sign. Fuck, it's not green yet, you dickhead. Fucking impatient. Fucking impatient cunt! It's to you again.
Yeah, these aren't funny.
Jingo! You dumb mother!
Yeah, these aren't funny. Thanks for that, Nation Riley. Sengoku donated $2. How? Let me see.
Thing I ate to run 50 miles. For breakfast, I had a 2-pound Reese cup. I know usually when you see these videos, it'd be healthy stuff.
Did you see that Easel and Melissa broke up?
Did they actually? Bro, I remember like a year or two ago at least they were talking about breaking up, so I don't know. I really don't know. Thanks for the donation, Scare Theater. I'll take a look at that.
But I like to eat sugar before my long runs. But everyone's body is different, so don't try this at home. My body is used to it. If you try it, you might end up in the hospital. So be safe out there. And right when I finished that, it was time to run. Everybody who be saying I can't run after I eat, I ran 25 miles before I stopped. Check my watch, little boy. Don't play with me. A few hours later, I went for another run and I was hungry, so I got some Haribo gummy bears and some Gatorade. Gatorade after you run is amazing. It's like the best feeling in the world. But after 43 miles, I needed something real, so I went to Five Guys, double cheeseburger, grilled cheeseburger.
Okay, whatever.
When you love someone, if you love someone, you do everything you possibly can to help them. even when they have demonstrated malice toward you, even when they've demonstrated cruelty toward you. When you really
Noam Chomsky disagrees with you. This guy thinks you're a Nazi.
Noam Chomsky is one of the most insane fucking whack jobs. He's even worse, arguably, than Finkeldick on the Israel-Palestine issue. He promotes all the stupid misinformation. I remember reading about him like fucking 10 years ago, where he was saying Israel deliberately tries to starve the Palestinian people by restricting food. This is 10 fucking years ago. And again, you can look at the fucking data on the total food produced within Gaza. It averages out to 3,000 calories per person per day. It's way more than what would be needed to sustain the population for food security.
I thought it was clickbait at first, but it's legit. He starts crying in it.
Look, my prediction is he's going to break up with Melissa and then get back with her like a few months later. That's my prediction, so I don't know. Thanks for that donation, that Scare Theater.
How would you respond to the charge that anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism?
Actually, the locus classicus, the best formulation of this, was by an ambassador to the United Nations, Abba Eban, Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, in an article that he wrote about 45 years ago, which I urge you to read, which appeared in an American Jewish journal, Congress Weekly, a major journal of the more liberal wing of the American Jewish community. He wrote an interesting article in which he was then UN ambassador from the State of Israel. He advised the American Jewish community that they had two tasks to perform. One task was to show that criticism of the policy, what he called anti-Zionism, that means actually criticisms of the policy of the State of Israel, were anti-Semitism. That's the first task. Second task, if the criticism was made by Jews, their task was to show that it's neurotic self-hatred, needs psychiatric treatment.
That's what it is. Okay. Like, that's what it is.
And he gave two examples of the latter category. One was I.F. Stone, the other was me. So we have to be treated for our psychiatric disorders, and
Yeah, okay, so he didn't make an argument. This guy thinks you're a Nazi.
In today's day, where is the most
Yeah, so this guy is a psychotic whack job. We all know that.
danger place for Jewish people? Go all around the world. All the world, you will come to one point, the middle of the world. This is the state of Israel. It is the most danger place for Jewish people. Just
Yeah, because of Hamas.
live peacefully. Here in England, I live in England already 36 years. I don't know how an English soldier looks like. I never saw them. In Israel, every small child knows all the weapons, all the soldiers, tanks, all military vehicles. This is safeness. This is the most danger place for the Jewish people. 7th of October didn't...
Oh my god. Okay, the guy's a fucking idiot. He's just a whack job.
really appreciate someone, when you appreciate the better person they could be in future, when you appreciate them ethically, morally, intellectually, when you really appreciate there's a better person you could be just 5 years from now. And I want to love you and support you every step of the way between now and that future, where you are this wonderful person that I love, that I appreciate, that I admire. You will tolerate so much. You will tolerate so much abuse and so much suffering. Not for the sake of
These are crocodile tears.
the love you feel for them, not because of the person they were in the past that you're still in love with, but because you really know
Dude, imagine being like a 43-year-old man and making a YouTube video crying on camera because your girlfriend broke up with you. I can't imagine being this age and making a video crying on camera looking for attention and sympathy because my girlfriend broke up with me. Like, what the fuck, dude? Holy shit, what a bitch, bro. That is just insane.
A wonderful person they could be today.
Talk about being a
It's wonderful
fucking
person they
beta.
could be tomorrow, or a few months from now, a few years from now.
Like, and by the way, put this in context. This is the same guy who says, I have beautiful, brilliant, university-educated women throwing themselves at me. I have a massive penis. I can give girls 50 orgasms in 20 minutes of sex. All these girls are after me constantly. And then he's complaining that some fucking basic bitch cheated on him. Like, why would you cry about that? He's just such a fucking loser.
If you could just support them, if you could just help them get through these next few weeks, these next few months, okay?
I'm going to leave a comment. That's funny. He actually has the comment section open for once. The guy who claims to have a massive penis and has tons of beautiful, well-educated women throwing themselves at him is sad that his is crying on camera because his cheating girlfriend broke up with him. Something's not adding up. What a loser. Will Mage $2. One more video from this kid about his take on the so-called peaceful Great March of Return. Yeah, it wasn't peaceful. Hamas ended up getting involved, and they were encouraging people to go to the border fence, cut it. There were bombs and Molotov cocktails being thrown. It was not a peaceful March of Return.
Who are critics of aggressive Palestinian resistance tactics and feel the need to consistently shift the narrative towards condemning acts done by Palestinians, especially by Hamas. Do I need to remind you of the peaceful Gaza border protests of 2018 and 2019? For more than a year and a half straight, they protested unarmed, no weapons.
Yeah, no weapons. That's why you can see them throwing bombs and Molotov cocktails and shit.
How did Israel respond? They shot dead 223 Palestinians.
This guy just referred to the raping and killing of women and children as, quote, aggressive Palestinian resistance tactics. That is fucking evil. His logic is quite literally, hey, remember that one peaceful protest we did 6 years ago? Yeah? Okay, so stop talking about October 7th, the largest attack on Jews since the Holocaust. The Great March of Return was not peaceful. Of course people died. What the hell do you expect when tens of thousands of people rush the border of a sovereign country under the directive of a terrorist group with the intention of invading it? Sinwar literally told the people of Gaza to tear down the wall and rip out the hearts of Israelis. And also, the people weren't unarmed. There were Molotov cocktails, handheld weapons, guns, and a lot of the people that died were confirmed to have been in Hamas themselves. One last point, you can try to pronounce Gaza as Ezza or whatever you want to try to make it seem like you're some indigenous person to that land. Nothing will change the fact that Jews were in the land of Israel pronouncing the word Gaza out of their Tanakhs hundreds of years before the formation of Islam, before Muhammad ever walked the face of the planet, before the Arab conquests in the 7th century, or before the word Palestine was created by the Romans. And there's nothing you can do to change that.
For those of y'all...
Yeah, this guy's a fucking cuck. Thanks for that donation, Will Mage.
I have been in the position of trying to support Melissa and trying to love Melissa for 7 years. It has been 7 years in which I've suffered terribly. Sometimes because of things she did in a conniving way. Things she did intentionally. Things she did with the Gnostic awareness that they were wrong, knowing that she was doing something wrong. Sometimes I've suffered because she did things to hurt me, and she knew she was acting with cruelty. She knew she was acting with malice. She knew she was doing it right. But sometimes Melissa just goes crazy. In the old-fashioned sense, she gets out of control. And you know what? That's the hardest for me to deal with of all. Because what can I do to help her? You know, what can I do to calm her down? And guys, it's so easy to assume that she gets angry or she gets out of control for some reason that's really important or for something that's my fault. But like, it can be that she has a meltdown and goes crazy and gets out of control because she wanted to buy a tube of vegan toothpaste and the toothpaste was too expensive, because she wanted to go to a sandwich shop and get a vegan sandwich, but I had to deal with bureaucracy, I had to deal with paperwork.
I'm sorry. He had to tell his girlfriend, no, you can't buy a vegan sandwich because I have to deal with bureaucracy and paperwork? By the way, this is a guy who he has money. He actually got a huge inheritance from his parents. So he has money. He travels all over the world. He's traveled to China. He's traveled throughout Canada. He's planning on moving to the States. And then he's saying that he couldn't afford a tube of toothpaste. he can afford international plane tickets, but he can't afford a tube of toothpaste? Oh my god.
Hey, got some reels for you.
Let me see, Nut Muffin.
Hello? Are you pooping? Hello? I know you're pooping. It smells good. Hello?
That's pretty good. That's good. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
And it was voting day. I didn't think it would take that long to vote. And the sandwich with the she can have a meltdown and get out of control. Totally out of control. Violently out of control. Over something completely trivial. And when I did nothing wrong. And she will be the first person to tell you I did nothing wrong.
Which one of my so-called niggers, which one of my so-called niggers, which one of my so-called niggers need a shell from the clip? Always knew I had to smoke y'all niggers. Good kid, Mad City Van, refurbish it so the doors slide.
Sure, whatever you say. Thanks for the donation, big ol' fat greasy bitch.
It's not my fault, but if she is out of control, all of a sudden it is my problem. And today, you know, I really felt positively. Just yesterday, I felt so positive that we reached a point of having made progress past the crises we've been dealing with over the past several months. But today, Melissa got out of control because she had diarrhea, very serious, very severe diarrhea. I do sympathize. And she got on the phone with the secretary at a doctor's office trying to get a doctor's appointment. And she was very stressed out about that. The secretary was not very nice to her. And in reply, she was not very nice to the secretary. It was a kind of impolite conversation. Melissa hung up the phone without saying goodbye. Okay? Melissa was angry, but she wasn't angry at me. She was angry at the Canadian healthcare system. It's the same thing that day when she was angry about bureaucracy. It really can be. She's angry about something that has nothing to do with me. Okay? But yes, she got out of control once again to the point where I have to ask myself if it's safe to lay down and sleep at night in the same apartment with her if I don't have a locked door between the two of us. Okay?
Okay. So it's funny how we went from, Melissa cheated on me, and sometimes she, like, mentally abuses me by, like, screaming and yelling. Now he's claiming that she can be physically abusive and actually, like, attack him. Where did this all come from?
I'm not angry at Melissa. Okay? I am trying to do what's best for Melissa. I really am trying to help her. And I still believe in that better person that she could be. I believe in the better person she could be, whether it is 5 months from now or 5 years from now. But the best way I have to support her is to buy her a one-way airplane ticket. And I have to move on with my life in this apartment, not being afraid that she is gonna fly off the handle and get out of control and put me in that heartbreaking situation of trying to help her recover her.
I'm thinking that she actually broke up with him now, because this is weird. He never mentioned any physical abuse before. Now he's suggesting Melissa's being physically abusive. That's a weird change. That sounds like something he's doing out of revenge to get back at her for breaking up. Secondly, he was making her make video after video after video after video about how she cheated, and like forced her to make these really embarrassing videos on camera again and again and again and again and again, endlessly, like almost on a daily basis. So I think she actually fucking broke up with him. So yeah, that sounds like some fucking bullshit.
Could not possibly bring your child any harm, even though these same vaccine inserts are going to tell you the exact opposite when we get into the risks. So here's just essentially, I'm just jumping in here and showing you a different link of what I'm talking about. This is the CDC website.
Jared donated $2. Are there any logical reasons to ban porn? No. Thanks for that donation, Jared.
Saying that there is no known safe amount of alcohol use during pregnancy or while trying to get pregnant. There is no safe time for alcohol use during pregnancy. All types of alcohol are equally harmful, including all wines and beer. Okay, guys? So if you have a beer, you're going to really harm your child. There's no known safe amounts. Metals, totally fine. So that's something that is odd.
So again, she's comparing consumption of alcohol to a vaccine, as if those are the same thing. I'm not even going to bother watching the rest of this. There's no point. So she just demonstrated her complete and utter ignorance right at the very beginning.
I mean, most species are nocturnal, and for many, their webs act as a sort of extra sense organ. So they just don't need to see that well. But jumping spiders, as active daytime hunters, well, they're different. Not only do they have great eyesight, but different species have different forms of color vision. Look at those eyes.
Jumping spider eyes are fascinating. And when I say eyes, I mean 8 eyes. Jumping spiders split up things like motion detection and light sensitivity to some eyes, and then color vision and fine detail vision into others. The pair of eyes that are perhaps the most fascinating or most unusual are what we call the principal eyes. And those are the really big eyes in the front of the face that make jumping spiders look a little cute, if you're willing to say a spider looks cute ever. And those are built unlike any other eye in the animal kingdom.
Wow, that looks
weird. It turns out, the way jumping spiders perceive color has everything to do with the anatomy of those principal eyes.
What the fuck?
They're really actually built a lot like a Galilean telescope or binoculars. That big lens that you see from the outside of the animal is one of 2 lenses in these eyes. And in between those 2 lenses is a long fluid-filled tube. At the end of that fluid-filled tube is a second lens. And what that lens does is it magnifies the image that that first lens projects down that long tube. And in that way, it increases the ability to see detail by the retina that sits right below it.
And when it comes to seeing detail, it's hard to beat a jumping spider.
For most animals, the bigger the eye, the better it functions. Jumping spiders absolutely break this rule. The secondary eyes can see the world about as well as the absolute best insect eyes out there. Better than the world's biggest dragonflies, whose entire head is consumed by an eye. The principal eyes, they can actually see pattern in the world better than a lapdog, a house cat,
oh my God,
elephant, and nearly as good as the sharp-sighted pigeon. But it's a very narrow slice of the world that they can
Pigeon.
see. It's about like your thumb held at arm's length.
Yeah, I know what tarantula hawks are.
And it's only in that narrow slice of the world that jumping spiders can see fine detail and color.
So, the jumping spider's secondary eyes give them a full 360-degree view of the world. Now imagine most of that's in black and white. When you see something move, you can swivel to look at it. And now, anything that's really of curiosity to you, you can add to this world of black and white vision, fine detail, and color. But you can only do it moment by moment. So you're really kind of painting additional details about color and pattern that you couldn't see otherwise. It's a wild world to try to put yourself into.
As they sweep their principal eyes across a scene, some species of jumping spiders are adding a lot more color information to their world than others. Most jumping spiders, including this one, are dichromats, meaning they have two types of color-sensitive cone cells in their retinas, just like dogs and most other mammals.
And by comparing those two kinds of cells and how they respond to light in the environment, they get a coarse understanding of color. They can tell the difference between UV, violet, blue.
Let me see if I can find the video.
May spider sa likod mo. May spider sa likod mo. Yan na. May spider sa likod mo. Ang ginagawa mo.
It's a good cat.
No.
Oh God. Dude, I don't think I could ever live in Australia just because of the fucking spiders there. Holy crap. That is just awful.
I'd rather do that than let a Canadian nigger make pack turn in his grave. Cut twat business, you got shit twisted. What is it, the braids? I hurt your feelings, yon one work with me no more, okay? There's 3 goats left and I see 2 of hugging and kissing on stage.
Okay, I don't understand anything you say, but thanks for that donation, big old dumbass whore. Spiders aren't that bad unless you live remote. I don't know, man. I've seen videos of people living in Australia that don't seem to be living remotely, and they get these big-ass fucking gigantic, disgusting fucking spiders in their, like, apartments or in their houses. I had a friend who lived in Arizona, too, and he showed me one of these big wolf spiders that was in his house. Thing was, like, fucking gigantic. Fuck that shit. I'd walk around the house with a shotgun just to blast those fucking spiders.
And green.
But some types of jumping spiders are trichromats, with 3 types of cones, like humans, and others are tetrachromats, like birds. The weird thing is, all these species with expanded color vision aren't
Brazilian wandering spider? Sure. Let me see.
And this is one of the more bizarre side effects, but again, it's very, very common, which is it causes a that people in this area fear, and from what I understand from his experience, legitimately so. So I'm going to talk to him. Now, Ronald speaks Spanish, and so I'm going to do my best to try him a name in English as well.
Sino que como esa casa, la casa de
I've spent my whole life hunting for venomous creatures.
To many people, a tarantula like this one would be their idea of a complete nightmare.
But actually, these spiders have no interest in biting you, unless you harm them. I keep tarantulas as pets, and despite their terrifying appearance, if you were ever bitten, it would be no worse than a bee sting. There is, however, one species of...
Dude, right after I broke my elbow mountain biking, I was working on my motorcycle, and this fucking wasp comes out of nowhere and for no reason stings me right on my fucking broken elbow, and it made it so much worse.
There's a spider here that you really don't want to meet on a dark night.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going to move very, very carefully now, because this is possibly the most feared venomous creature that you'll find in this whole area. This is one of the Phenutria spiders.
Spiders are the least of your problems in Australia. I lived there for a few months. You're surrounded by crawlies that could kill you. Spiders, deadly snakes, and I'm talking snakes so long the tail is at the sewage hole and head is out to the toilet.
I'm not afraid of snakes at all, including venomous snakes. There's just something about spiders that creep me the fuck out. I cannot stand spiders, dude. I'd rather get attacked by, like, a fucking crocodile than have to deal with, like, a big-ass spider in my house. Thanks for the donation, though, Mola.
Otherwise known as the Brazilian wandering or the banana spider. And they've got a horrible, horrible reputation, and with very good reason. Mainly to do with the power and the type of their venom. Bites from these spiders are always very serious and can result in horrifying injuries to people.
Spiders are not generally aggressive towards humans, but the Brazilian wandering spider is an interesting exception. It has the largest venom glands of any spider, as long as your fingernail, and holds enough venom to kill a child. Around 3,000 people a year in Brazil get bitten by the wandering spider, and it can be fatal. And there's one very bizarre side effect from its venom, which you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy.
A lot of men who get bitten by Brazilian wandering spiders actually can get endless and very painful erections, which might sound a little bit funny, but believe me, I'm sure it isn't. Afterwards, it can result in a total destruction of someone's sex life for the rest of their life.
The venom of the wandering spider...
That is pretty fucking weird.
Necessarily close relatives.
In jumping spiders, we have huge variation, even from closely related groups and how well they're able to see color.
I don't think anybody's died from a spider bite unless it was from an infection. I don't think so, dude.
This is the spider I love. It's settled to have it in my backyard since they need too large of a space to exist. Start at 140.
All right, I'll check this out. I know kids can get killed by black widows. Usually adults don't get killed by black widows, but I know kids, they can get bit by black widow and just die. And I know there's some spiders like funnel web spiders that can just outright kill you. So, no. Oh, is this an orb weaver? Yeah.
And I really don't find these spiders creepy at all. I can imagine there are probably a lot of people out there that might see these as being, well...
Yeah, that looks like a horrible, disgusting creature.
Scary, I suppose. But no, I think these are awesome looking things.
Yeah, that looks bad to me. Yeah, there's just something about spiders, the way they move and crawl, I just can't stand them. Yee. Thanks for the donation, Spider-Woman.
Sing along to this oldie but goodie.
Alright, I will do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Lampshade Collector.
Hell yeah, brother. Let's do this thing. If
tomorrow Israel were bombed, I'd sacrifice my life and fight along my friends because they are the Chosenites. I'd salute their 6-point star and do anything they say because the Jews deserve their freedom and their land is here to stay. And I'm proud to be an American where my country is run by Hebes. And I cannot wait for my son to die in a war in the Middle East. And I proudly stand up next to Jews and defend them every day. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I trust the plan. Zog bless the Jews, say. If he wasn't being ironic, I would probably agree with him. Thanks for the donation, the Lampshade Collector.
Jumping spiders are reinventing, in some ways, the ability to see color over and over again in different ways.
That makes jumping spiders pretty special. I mean, consider primates. Old world monkeys, apes, and humans all have trichromatic color vision. But we also share a common ancestor. So our color vision probably evolved only once, and then it stuck around. This is where jumping spiders really stand out. The ability to see red, for example, has evolved several times in jumping spiders. Researchers know that because they've figured out how different groups are related. And by they, I mostly mean jumping spider fanatic Wayne Madison.
Oh my gosh, Hawaika. Fantastic. Beautiful male. Ah, it's been 30 years since I've seen a live Hawaika.
He is absolutely Mr. Jumping Spider. His expertise really is in jumping spider taxonomy.
I work on the evolutionary tree of jumping spiders. The evolutionary tree of life is basically the pathway of genetic descent that links all of us.
The position of different species on this evolutionary tree can tell us how they ended up with the traits they have. Like, if most jumping spiders don't see red, but two species on two very different parts of the tree do, chances are that those two species evolved those abilities independently.
In which case, then we can start to ask questions like, what's driving that evolution? Do they have similar ecologies? Do they hunt similar prey? And try to really understand what selective forces are leading to these expanded color vision systems.
It might help them find food or discriminate tasty prey from prey that can harm them.
Because, of course, lots of small insects are brightly colored, and some of them are using those bright colors to advertise that they're toxic.
Another possibility is that seeing a richer world of color might help animals, from lizards to spiders, choose better mates. To test these ideas, the researchers needed to know which of the 6,000 species of jumping spiders had expanded color vision and which didn't. And outside of a few well-studied species, no one really knew. So the team set out to collect spiders from every major branch of the jumping spider family tree.
One of our first things is just prioritizing where to go and what to look for. And so it's a lot of sampling in a lot of places.
Let's see who lives here.
It's kind of like Pokemon Go, except the Pokemon are real, they're smaller than your pinky fingernail, and they're really good at hiding.
Once, I opened my car door and it disturbed a hidden wasp nest inside the door panel. Wasps flew out. I jumped into my car and shut the door, but a wasp got in with me. It stung me on my middle finger. I screamed like I was getting beheaded. Fuck wasps dead.
Yeah, dude, I hate wasps so goddamn much. They're just evil, horrific creatures that just want to cause chaos and mayhem. That's it. I cannot fucking stand them. You can just be minding your own business and they'll just sting you. Thanks for the donation, Wasp Victim.
Now if this were any other group saying this about another at a public march, you'd say what exactly?
Let me see. Israeli nationalists chant death to Arabs in annual Jerusalem Day march through Palestine area city. Well, I think that's a little too based for me. Obviously, I don't support, somebody chanting death to a group of people, but okay. They're assholes. Thanks for the donation, Quest.
Hiding.
Some jumping spiders have evolved to be really fine-tuned to a particular situation. So for example, there are termite-eating specialist jumping spiders that you're only going to find around termites. There was this one species that we only found in piles of bones in South Africa. Who knows what it was doing there, but we quickly learned that that was the only place in the environment we were going to find it. And so that's part of the fun of it. I feel like it's a bit of a treasure hunt, really.
With no proverbial stone left unturned, the team returns to their labs with hundreds of spiders, representing many different species. They want to figure out which species have expanded color vision, how each species does it, and why.
It's actually a hard question to tell how animals can see color. We can't just connect our brains to see what they see. So how do we do it?
Oh my god. Wow.
We begin by using a technique called microspectrophotometry. It's a really long word. What it simply means is a microscope paired with a device that measures different wavelengths of light, a spectrophotometer.
The researchers take ultra-thin slices of jumping spider retinas, and then they measure the wavelengths of light absorbed by individual cone cells. With enough of these measurements, they can tell if a species is a dichromat, trichromat, or tetrachromat, and what wavelengths of light its cells are best at detecting. But that's not the whole story.
Having that knowledge of what's in the retina tells us what is or isn't possible for these animals to see, but it doesn't actually tell us what they do see or how they might use that. And so the gold standard for establishing that an animal can see color is to do so behaviorally.
In other words, we somehow need to ask the spiders what they can see and then understand their answers. Figuring out what's going on inside a spider's mind is difficult. It's no surprise that it takes a group of expert zoologists to do so. But our own minds can be...
Dodo to new $2. I'm wondering if Quest is going to withhold voting for Biden because Biden is too pro-Israel, so Trump can win and be more pro-Israel. Yeah, that's something I'd like to ask him too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
just as complicated, yet we rarely talk with mental health experts to help us interpret our thoughts and emotions. Whether you're feeling depressed, anxious, or are just stressed and want someone to talk to, a therapist lets you see things from a different perspective. And that's where today's sponsor, BetterHelp, comes in.
You show the spider a screen with a moving shape that differs from the background in color, but not in brightness. And you see if the spider tries to follow.
The problem with letting the jumping spider actually turn and respond is that they'll absolutely do so, but it changes some of what they see. So what we want is to really have some control over what the spiders can see at any given moment.
So the researchers hold them in place with tiny magnets attached to their heads.
What we do is we give them a ball to stand on. They actually hold it with their feet. And we can monitor how that ball moves around in their feet to know where they would want to go.
If the spider turns the ball to the left, it's probably trying to look to the right to follow the moving shape. And that's evidence the spider can discriminate between the colors of the shape and the background. Once the team knows which species can see which colors, the next question is, how do they do it? What's different in the DNA of these spiders that can see and discriminate more colors? If you ask Megan Porter, a lot of it comes down to genes that encode proteins called opsins.
The way that animals achieve color vision is to have different copies of this opsin gene, and those variations then are what produce proteins that are sensitive to different colors of light. The first technique that we generally go to.
Here's a picture of a spider that I actually photographed. That's one of my photos. I think I had a really nice photo of, yeah, there it is. Also took a photo of a dragonfly here. Really like that photo, the dragonfly. It's one of mine. I also took a picture of a frog. That's a little frog. Here's another frog that I took a photo of. Those are nice frogs. Wow.
With a new species is called transcriptome sequencing. And this is where we can take the entire head of a jumping spider and we can get the sequences for every single gene that is expressed in that tissue.
This method gives the researchers an inventory of all the genes being expressed. In other words, all the genes that are copied out of the DNA and sent to make a protein. Then the team can figure out where each of these genes is expressed, in which eyes and in which parts of the eye.
And we do that using a fancy technique called immunohistochemistry.
The researchers basically create glowing molecular tags specific to each protein they're interested in.
And then looking for which parts glow in the right color, we can figure out where each opsin is being expressed, where the protein is located.
The team is especially interested in genes that are expressed in the retinas of the principal eyes. These are the genes most likely to be related to changes in color vision. Already, this process of asking which species have expanded color vision and how they accomplish it has led to some surprising discoveries. The researchers already knew that the ability to see and discriminate more colors had evolved more than once among jumping spiders, but they hadn't realized just how widespread this ability would be. After measuring 45 species across the evolutionary tree, the team has already found as many as 12 independent changes in color vision. In evolutionary terms, jumping spiders seem to be evolving new, expanded forms of color vision all the time. And different species have acquired their new visual capabilities in very different ways. Take, for example, the ability to see red. Most jumping spiders only have green sensitive and UV sensitive.
Dude. Tell me, what kind of god would create a creature like this? If there is any evidence that there is no god, like really? You're telling me an all-powerful, all-knowing, all-good being would create a monstrosity like this?
Sensitive photopigments in their retinas. But some species became sensitive to red when their green-sensitive opsin gene was accidentally duplicated in the genome, and the new copy started to evolve, shifting its sensitivity to longer wavelengths.
So in our eyes, that's exactly what happened. The opsin gene for our green-sensitive visual pigment was duplicated, and the second version evolved to be more red-sensitive. And we see this happen over and over and over again in jumping spiders.
But other jumping spiders see red in a totally different way. Rather than evolving new photopigments, they added an internal filter to some of their green-sensitive cone cells, which cuts out green light and forces those cells to respond only to longer wavelengths like red.
They can basically create two kinds of cells from the same type of photoreceptor simply by using a filter in front of some of them and not in front of others.
All this evolutionary innovation makes the original question even more intriguing. Why evolve expanded color vision in the first place? That's the question Lisa Taylor is trying to answer. For a visual predator like a jumping spider, better color vision could mean finding more prey. It could also mean avoiding prey that might be harmful.
And so a lot of prey in the environment advertise their toxicity with bright colors, and particularly with long wavelength colors such as red and orange. So we're testing the idea that the ability to use color vision will help these spiders learn to avoid and continue to.
You know what insects always weirded me out? Red mites. Red mites are so weird. Yeah, these little shits. They always weirded me out. Yeah, they're creepy little weird things.
To avoid red prey that tastes bad.
In this experiment, all the prey are termites. Some have a dab of red paint on their backs, and others have a dab of gray.
And this doesn't affect their behavior in any way. They still move around naturally, and the spiders really like to eat termites.
The red termite.
Now what would you say if that same March had National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir and Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich? Imagine Biden's heads of state at a rally chanting "Death to Blacks" or "Mexican."
Now I'm actually questioning if this news story is true. PBS. Israeli nationalists chant "Death to Arabs." Chanted anti-Arab and anti-Islamic slogans. Okay, I have no problem with anti-Islamic slogans. Danced and waved Israeli flags, and the procession kicked off. Crowds scuffled with police and threw plastic bottles at journalists wearing a vest with the word "press" embolized on it. Some chanted, "Muhammad is dead," referring to the Islamic prophet. Yeah, considering the Prophet Muhammad wanted to eradicate the earth of Jews, I don't know why that's a problem. In past years, police have forcibly cleared Palestinians from the parade route, and large crowds of mostly ultranationalist Jews have chanted "Death to Arabs." So, this article is bullshit. they said in past years. Okay. So that never even happened. This article is just fucking bullshit. You linked me an article where they said they were chanting about Prophet Muhammad being dead, and they only mention in other years the crowds have chanted death to Arabs. And it didn't even happen this time. Okay, yeah, so this is just bullshit. Thanks for that donation, The Quest. My cat Lucy just ate a French fry. Yeah, they do that. BMO always tries to steal my sandwiches. She always runs off with like the fucking bread if I'm not looking.
Termites also get treated with a compound called Bitrex, which is actually the most bitter substance known.
And yeah, it turns out that the spiders also think it tastes disgusting. So we can simultaneously and independently manipulate.
Watch PLS.
Let me see.
Hey everybody, I want to show you how a leech is waiting in ambush. This leech was just on me, and I removed it to this little tree, this little plant bush, this little leaf. And it's now sitting there. It was in a very interesting posture just a moment ago, waiting. Now I think it senses me, my presence, and it's moving around again. Yeah, it knows where I am. It's aiming right at me. It's coming right at the camera. It wants me so bad. It had me for a second there.
It's like a big long penis.
And I got rid of it. Now it wants back. And look how it extends its body like that. The anterior sucker holding onto the leaf, where the mouth part is reaching at me. Oh, I got the camera. It's on the camera. I'll let me get it on my finger again. Now it'll crawl up my hand, head towards some warm, blood-rich area where it can, usually a joint or something like that, where it can dig in for a feast. They like these.
That is super weird. Thanks for the donation, cute leech.
Manipulate color and palatability.
In other words, the researchers can make the termites red and bitter, gray and tasty, or if they want to mess with the spiders, gray and bitter or red and tasty. The first part of the experiment is the training phase. Basically, the spiders get to choose from a tiny buffet of termite prey, each one in its own little petri dish.
In 3 of the petri dishes, they get a red painted, bitter tasting termite, and then the other 3 petri dishes, they get a gray painted, very tasty termite. As they interact with this prey, they are constantly learning, and it's constantly being reinforced that whenever they attack something red, they get a mouthful of bitter tasting termite, and whenever they attack something gray, they get a mouthful of tasty termite. The first spiders to go through this experiment are Habernatus pyrithrax, and we started with them because we know that they have good color vision that extends into the long wavelengths.
Habernatus pyrithrax is one of the species that can see red using a red filter in front of some of its green-sensitive cone cells.
Our data so far suggests that the spiders are really good at learning the rules.
And once they learn the rules, then the real experiment begins. The spiders hunt for all their food in a setup just like the termite buffet where they were trained, except that for half of the spiders, there's a big difference. Some of the termites are still bitter, but they're all gray. The color cues are gone. Now the question becomes, do the spiders that have color cues available, in other words, the ones for which bitter termites are still red, do they do better?
So our data so far show that they do fare better when they have access to those color cues. They lay eggs sooner, and that they're also heavier at the end of the experiment if they're in the treatment group where they have access to color cues.
One hypothesis for why primates evolved expanded color vision is to distinguish ripe from unripe fruit, or tender new leaves from older, tougher ones. In other words, telling good food apart from bad food. Kind of like what these spiders are doing.
Here, we've got this kind of evidence in a jumping spider, and we're going to repeatedly test that in other jumping spider species that have different forms of color vision.
The team predicts that spiders with expanded color vision will use color cues to their advantage. So they'll do better when color can tell them which prey items taste bad. Species that can't see red won't get any benefit from the warning colors or from the training. If the data support these predictions, these will be some of the first experiments in any species to reveal an evolutionary advantage to seeing and discriminating more colors. But feeding behavior can't be the whole story, because the spiders had some more surprises in store.
For example, there's a genus of jumping spiders in Central America called Mexigonus, where males, and only males, sport incredibly bright red colors on parts of their body that they use during courtship.
We thought for sure the female has got to be paying attention to red, distinguishing it from other colors. They've got to have red color vision in some special way.
And it turns out that, at least by our measurements, they don't have the ability to see red. They just have UV and green sensitive cells in those principal eye retinas.
I don't mind being proved wrong at all. It usually means something more exciting, because it means that, oh my God, there's something cool and new in the world, right? And you've learned something new.
So what's going on here? To help answer that question and maybe understand why some spiders are displaying to one another with colors they can't see, it's time to revisit the jumping spider retina.
Instead of just one retina like we have, they have a stack of translucent retinas right on top of each other.
One thing that we think that this layering does is to correct for a problem that the optics present to the retina. It's called chromatic aberration.
Most optical materials, like these glass prisms, refract or bend short wavelength light, like blue and UV, more strongly than long wavelength light, like red. That's chromatic aberration. Lenses do this too. In photos taken with vintage camera lenses, you can often see a fringe of color around high contrast edges. The sensor in a camera is a single flat layer of photosites, so getting the different colors of light to focus in the same plane is critical. Modern camera lenses correct for chromatic aberration using complicated optical designs with lots of lens elements.
But the other solution is to put different color-sensitive cells at the right depths behind the lenses so that the colors that they're sensitive to are in proper focus.
That's exactly what jumping spider retinas do. And this gets us one step closer to understanding what red might mean to a spider that can't actually see red. In the jumping spider eye, the cells sensitive to shorter wavelengths are generally closer to the lens, and those sensitive to longer wavelengths are farther away. But most jumping spiders are dichromats. They only have 2 cone cell types. So why have 4 layers in their retinas?
Typically, the bottom or farthest away from the lens 2 tiers, we call those tiers 1 and 2. Those
Ooga booga is what I say. Oh wait. Maybe we should watch this.
Actually willing to do something. Hamas was actually willing to take up arms, and at this point, in this desperate situation that a lot of Gazans are in, that's what they're looking for. The fighting force who will...
I'm not done yet. Spiders disgust me. Here's a less gross spider.
Let me take a look.
Hello, get your breath.
That is a less gross spider.
Whatever you think it is.
3.
Only 3?
That's all.
Only 3?
Only 3.
Okay, what are you thinking it is? What do you think I'm asking?
How many people I killed?
That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
Will take on the Israeli state. So whether or not Hamas has put them in a better situation or not is sort of irrelevant. Will we actually be able to get our government to do anything about it? I don't know. That's why I'm a communist and I support overthrowing the government.
Do you still stand by the statement that the Palestinian resistance fighters get you fired up and that they're a courageous and powerful group of people?
Hell yeah. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, what did you want to introduce yourself?
Okay, this guy is a psychotic whack job.
I would say that's expansionism if you consider that within their militarily controlled territory, or I guess PA controlled territory, as being expansionist. But yeah, I think I would reject broadly that there's strong evidence that Israel was like expansionist since 48. Yeah, so I don't know where you want to go from there.
How would you explain the fact that in the early 70s, there were 2,000 Israeli settlers in the West Bank, and today there's over 500,000?
Well, that would have to be that because settler expansions have continued in the West Bank. But if you want to talk early 70s, if we're going to say that Israel was like a settler expansionist place, how would you explain that almost 5,000 settlers were removed from the Sinai Peninsula when the territory was given back to Egypt when the peace treaty was signed in 76?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So in 76, when Egypt and Israel signed their peace treaty, Israel forcibly removed all their settlements in the Sinai Peninsula, and then when they gave that territory back to Egypt. If they were...
Yeah, actually... Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, doing research from this debate, for this debate, I've learned a lot more about the internal Israeli politics. And I would argue that it since the beginning, it's really been these extreme right, almost terroristic Zionist forces like the Irgun and other Zionist paramilitaries that could be described as terrorist groups who have been the vanguard of expansionism. There's always been this more moderate or left-wing wing of Zionism that's been, that said Israel should be a state, it has a right to exist, Jews have the right to a homeland, but we don't believe in the mass expulsion of Arabs.
Well, wait, when you say, hold on, there's a lot of questions I got real quick, because you say left wing. You say the left wing were like that, but wasn't Ben Gurion, wasn't the whole foundation of Israel done by the labor movement of the Zionist movement, and those were the people that literally expelled people? Wasn't that part of the labor Zionist movement that did that? Pretty sure Israel was created by left-wing Jews, yeah.
Right, so I guess we have to get into, when I say left wing, I just mean anti-annexation and more pro-Arab Zionists have always been against this. But that's true, it was the labor wing of Zionism. But
okay, sure.
What I was saying is a lot of the violence has been carried out by these sort of terroristic groups who in the 70s, with those peace plans that you mentioned and with the retraction of some of the Israeli settlements, they were enraged by that. And it really radicalized a lot of Israeli society to the point where nowadays it's Netanyahu, partly out of political necessity, has had to form a coalition with these people who were formerly considered extremists. And those are the people who are now basically calling the shots in the Israeli government.
Sure, but let's back up a little bit. For the first thing that you gave me, you mentioned that since the 70s, the settler camps in the West Bank have expanded, which I agree they have. I also agree that that's wrong. But if Israel is just a settler colonial expansionist project, why did they give back the Sinai Peninsula to Egypt as part of the peace treaty, and why did they destroy all the settlements in the Sinai before they did it? Why wouldn't they use their settlements to...
By the way, they also removed all Israelis from Gaza as well. So if they were a settler expansionist state, why wouldn't they have expanded the Israeli population into Gaza? Doesn't really make sense.
To say that, well, no, look, we've got settlers here, we want to hold on to this territory. We're a settler expansionist project.
I think it was an effort to make peace with the Arab countries and try and avoid a giant war between the Israelis and the Arab countries and the Arab Palestinians. And like I said, there were Zionist factions who said, yes, Israel has a right to exist. But, we want to avoid a giant war here. We want to avoid the blatant expulsion of Palestinians and annexation of Palestinians.
Well, sure,
so at that time, I would say there was a more moderate government that's since been replaced by the far right, who was radicalized by those peace
Sure,
agreements.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, so, but I feel like, so one, you just said that they were willing to trade the land for peace, which makes it sound like if you're willing to make peace with Israel, then there'll be peace and they'll move the settlers away, number one. And then number two, you mentioned them being a little bit more peaceful back then. I don't know 100% that's true, but that peace treaty that happened between Israel
Sengoku donated $2. Dragon Ball, best anime, no cap. No. Thanks for that donation, Sengoku.
Israel and Egypt. The prime minister of Egypt at the time was, I don't know how to pronounce his first name, Menachem or whatever, Begin. That guy was literally the leader of the Irgun, who was like the more militaristic terrorist pre-48, 1/3 of like the early Israeli Defense Force, right? So it seems like even with that guy who I think you would agree, because you mentioned the Irgun as being like the terrorist group, even that guy who used to be the leader when he was prime minister, when Egypt wanted to make peace, he was like, oh, fuck it. We'll get back this land. We have a peace agreement. We'll destroy the settler camps. And we bring them all back, and then boom. So I'm just curious in your mind, like, how do you reconcile? Because if you just say, well, it's because Egypt wanted peace, then couldn't I just use the argument like, oh, well, listen, if all the Arab countries wanted peace, then peace would be had?
Yeah, I think they all wanted peace at the time. I think, like I said, there were factions in Israeli society that wanted peace. There were the Arab countries wanted to bring an end to the fighting and the annexation of Palestinian land and have some of that land returned. But since then, that's what radicalized a lot of the far-right settlers whose ideology is really akin to neo-Nazism and a lot of
far-right settlers have nothing.
Dodo, $92. Have you seen lightning like this? Yeah, I've seen that. Volcanoes often cause lightning. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that is pretty cool. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Nothing to do with neo-Nazis. I don't know where that came from. You said Arab countries wanted to bring an end to the fighting. When?
In the 70s, when they signed those peace accords.
Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. So
because they needed peace at that time because they were threatened by Egypt, because the 1973 war showed that the Arab forces were powerful and that they were a legitimate threat to the Israeli state. So they basically needed...
You said Blade Runner 2049 was one of your favorite movies. What about the first one? I don't think the first one's one of my favorite movies. It's very good, and I like it, but it's not nearly as good as 2049.
To sign a peace agreement with them or back off on the expansion and settler colonialism.
Sure. If the Arab countries wanted peace with Israel at that point, why did they suspend Egypt from the Arab League for 10 years after Sadat signed the peace agreement with Israel? Sadat, who would, by the way, later go on to be assassinated by somebody that opposed those peace deals.
True, I shouldn't have said all the Arab countries. I should have said Egypt. Obviously, there were other Arab countries and, of course, factions within those countries who were anti-Zionist still.
Okay.
Sadat, and by the way, Sadat was viewed as a traitor for that. By a lot of people within Egypt. For
and the Arab world.
Yeah.
But doesn't that kind of speak more strongly to the pro-Zionist narrative that the Arab world, the entire Arab world, was united in seeing Israel as an enemy? So much so that having a peace agreement with Israel...
Okay, why wouldn't they see Israel as an enemy after the Nakba and the continued expansion of Israel's borders?
So I can understand being upset at the Nakba. That's arguably fair. I think it's arguably fair. But then at that point, what you're telling me, and I kind of agree with you, I think, but I don't know if you agree with the argument you're making. The pro-Zionist narrative is that after 48, the entire Arab world wanted to destroy Israel, and that was Israel's justification for how they fought with the rest of the Arab world. Given that framing that it seems like you've given me, do you think that in the 50s, 60s, 70s, should Israel have just said, okay, well, we're going to pack our whole population up and leave? Or what do you think Israel should have done? What was their like morally righteous path at that point?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Israel has a legitimate right to exist, but
Okay, so
I
then do
think
you
they
think that
should
they
have brought
should?
in, or they should have tried to negotiate, said, okay, we have our existing borders and we have our state, but we're not going to continue with the project of Palestinian ethnic cleansing and the expansion of Israeli borders. I mean, it's hard to say.
But didn't they try to do that in?
Palestinian ethnic cleansing, right? That's why the Palestinian population has increased. That's why Israel pulled out of Gaza and removed every single Israeli out of Gaza, because they just want to ethnically cleanse, right?
Typically, they should have tried to negotiate for, but
Well, in 1947, the UN put out a partition plan that put forth borders, and they agreed to that, and Palestinians and all the surrounding Arab states rejected it. So that was almost at the founding of the country. Do you think that that would have been part of?
Wait, let me back up.
Palestinians and all the surrounding
of Israeli borders. I mean, it's hard to say.
But didn't they try to do that in?
Typically, they should have tried to negotiate for, but
Well, in 1947, the UN put out a partition plan that put forth borders, and they agreed to that, and Palestinians and all the surrounding Arab states
Yeah.
rejected it. So that was
I
almost
thought Destiny said 1970s, but yeah.
the founding of the country. Do you think that that would have been part of those negotiations, or?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I missed that.
In 47, there was a proposal for how the land should be divided. It would have been, I mean, now historically, it would have been the most land that Palestinians would have ever gotten. But the whole Arab states refused that 47 partition
Oh,
plan.
the
those
UN,
borders.
yeah, the UN peace plan that they rejected. I mean, the Palestinians had no say in creating that UN plan. They had no seat at the table. It was just textbook colonialism, and well before 1947, the Irgun and other Zionist extremist groups had already been committing massacres and engaging in this project of settler colonialism and pushing Palestinians off their land. So there was no reason for Palestinians to accept that.
You mean they legally bought the land and then they forced the people that were living on the land to leave because they were the legal property owners? You mean that? Like, does this guy not believe... Oh, yeah, he's communist. He doesn't believe in property rights.
Or believe that Israel's expansion would stop if they did accept that.
Sure, so I understand what you're saying, but this is where I'm telling you that, by your own words, the Arab world has basically lost any argument saying Israel is a settler colonialist or expansionist project, because they constantly say over and over again, we don't believe you and your borders, Israel, we're going to attack, over and over again. So, like, let's say theoretically in 47, Israel and the Arab states would have agreed to the partition plan. If after that, Israel would have continued to expand their borders, well now, okay, well you guys are literally just an invader who's trying to expel Arabs and conquer more and more territory, there would be a legitimate argument. But after 40...
I mean, they were already ethnically cleansing Palestinians, though, and committing horrific massacres before that.
No, they weren't.
I mean, so were the Palestinians on the Jews, though, right?
Come to the table and say, yes, we'll accept this plan that you drew up without any of our input?
Well, first of all, the plan was drawn up by the UN to try to account for, like, where the people lived, where the most Arabs lived and where the most Jewish people lived. But, like, the massacres have been going on back and forth for the past, like, 20, 30, 40 years, right? It wasn't just the Jewish fighting forces massacring the Arabs. The Arabs were also attacking and killing a lot of Jews as well. But I'm just saying...
They were resisting as the vastly greater armed Israeli extremist groups were moving into Arab land and pushing them off of their land.
You mean illegally buying it. I think that's what you mean to say.
Okay. Let's say, okay, again, I don't know if it's worthwhile to explore pre-47. If you want to, we can, because there are big massacres there that happened from the Arab side onto the Jewish side. Again, there's a reason why the Irgun and everything existed. It wasn't just because they hated Arabs. But let's say I grant you all of that, okay? At 47, there's a ton of people there. What was, and they were like, okay, well, we're here now, we're settled here now. They're willing to form a nation where 45% of the population would be Palestinian Arabs, and they said that they would do that. But all the other surrounding Arab countries didn't want that. And then they all go to war with Israel. Like, at that point, from 47 onwards, how do you call it a settler colonial project when it's just all the Arab countries attacking them over and over again?
Because I don't agree that it was just the Arab countries attacking them over and over again. I mean, if you pull up the human cost of this these statistics don't go.
Oh, Jews are better at killing people than Arabs are because they're retards who are cross-eyed and can't aim a gun. Therefore, it's the Jews that were the... So he's just going to pull up fucking mortality statistics and show, oh, there was like a 4-to-1 attritional loss. So obviously, because the Jews are better at warfare, they're the aggressor. Like, I don't know how the fuck you can make that claim. You can look at the attritional losses in Russia versus Ukraine. Russia is... I think right now they're getting 8-to-1 attritional losses. Like, does that mean Ukraine is the aggressor and they're the bad ones? Like,
that far back, but the British were funding the import of the Zionists who were ethnically cleansing the Palestinians. So I think it's a little bit ridiculous to tell the Palestinians, as these European Jews are moving into their land, killing them and then taking their land, that one, you're not allowed to fight back at all, you're not allowed to resist, and two, you have to accept this UN.
They were legally purchasing land. So this guy is a communist, and he doesn't believe in the concept of like property rights, even though I'm pretty sure he wouldn't let a homeless person squat in his house. So yeah, they were legally buying up land, and then for whatever reason, these Jewish landowners didn't want Arabs living on the land. It might be because they don't like Arabs. Maybe they just wanted their family to live on that land. Who knows? But it was legally their land. Arabs were the ones who sold them that fucking territory. And then the fucking people living on the land were butthurt about it. But again, they don't own the land.
Plan that you had no say in. I mean, that what Israel was doing was textbook expansionism. And you can say, oh, the Palestinians fought back and the Palestinians committed massacres. Okay, that was still Palestine, and a lot of and almost all the Zionists were coming over from Europe and settling on Arab land. So it's the Arabs who are being pushed off of their land and massacred. So they have no the onus isn't on them to just accept the plan proposed by the Western powers. And
sure. So to be clear, there wasn't like this. I don't believe there was this huge ethnic cleansing pre-47. The Nakba refers to the ethnic cleansing that happened post-Israel War of Independence, right? So I don't know.
IVG, please make motorcycle vlogs. What electrical issue are you having with the Ural, and when did it start? I got an error code as soon as I picked it up back from the dealership. I had so it might have started then, but I didn't get any symptoms yet. And I didn't check the error code. I probably should have, but I had an alternator blow, and I got the alternator replaced. And then as soon as I picked it up from the dealership, there was an error code on the dash. I didn't actually check the error code, but I'm pretty sure it had something to do with whatever they did to fix the alternator. And then only like a couple weeks ago, I was on the highway, the bike just shut off. And since then, the bike will start, but it like only runs on one cylinder and it's like sputtering. And I'm getting the error code I think it's P560. I think that's what it is. Or P0560. And it's P0560, and it says unusual shutoff, something like that.
What's your advice for having really lean, visible abs consistently?
Find a way to control your caloric intake. That's the only advice I can really give you. If you want to have visible abs and not gain any body fat, you're going to have to find a way to eat less consistently. So you can use novel dietary strategies like eat mostly raw foods. You can, like, maybe intermittent fasting will work for you. Maybe just monitoring your caloric intake might work, but just eating less. That's all there is to it. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. So yeah, I haven't figured it out. I've tried disconnecting all of my accessories. That didn't work. Now I took off the tank, and I still have to, I'm gonna disconnect the alternator and see if it has something to do with the alternator, and I'm suspecting it has something to do with the alternator. If not, I'm gonna have to, call the dealer, see what they recommend. I might have to just get the bike shipped back to the dealer for them to work on it. But I don't really know what it is. Grey Knight donated $2. Ironically, I think this guy is pro-Russia. Yeah, he is. If you look at his TikTok, he has posts fetishizing Joseph Stalin. Yeah, the dude's an absolute wacko. He's a complete whack job. It's funny how he's like, oh, it's a genocide. And then he literally supports somebody who tried to wipe out the entire human race. It's pretty clear Joseph Stalin wanted to kill every single human in existence. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yep, there is that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I swapped out the battery. There was a little bit of corrosion around the connectors, but I swapped out the battery and it didn't make a difference, so I don't think it had anything to do with the battery.
If there's the same strong argument that they were just fighting back from invaders. I mean, you could argue that any Jewish people immigrating there, they might felt were invaders, but...
I mean, as early as 1919 was when the British started funding the... What did they call it? It was like the Zionist Coalition or something, but that was 1919 when Zionists started going and surveilling the area and started moving in, and groups like the Irgun, who again are just extreme right terrorist groups, were extremely active throughout the 30s and 40s as settlements were increasing, and Palestinians absolutely were being pushed off their land prior to 1948, which is why, I mean, there were so many settlers there already when they did actually draw up the borders and make Israel a thing.
Sure, but
This dude sounds like my roommate, lol. One time I got into it with them and I got them to yap about their socialist utopia. I asked if people would be allowed to own assets. They said yes, but then claimed that owning houses is a rights violation. Cringe.
Yep. These people are just complete fucking whack jobs. I think the sensible position when it comes to basic necessities like having a house or an apartment, there should at the very least be some form of price control so that you can't charge like insanely stupid amounts for apartments or houses, and they're capped at a certain market value just so people aren't priced out of housing. Like the main reason why homelessness is so bad in certain states like California is almost entirely due to people being priced out of homes. So there should be something to prevent price gouging on apartments or homes, and there should be more affordable housing created where you create apartment buildings that have rent capped like super low, like maybe $500 per month or something, and maybe they could be state subsidized just to prevent like mass amounts of homelessness. But like the idea that ownership of a home should be like illegal is just insane to me. I don't even know how that would necessarily solve the problem that, you know, they're complaining about. Like what they're complaining about is, you know, this is a basic necessity and people shouldn't be restricted from basic necessities. Well, if the government is completely in control of whether or not you can own a building, they can force homelessness. they could target certain ethnic minorities, they can target racial groups, they could target women, they could target trans women or gay people. So having the government completely and utterly control property doesn't seem to be a solution to, you know, the problem that they're talking about. The solution seems to be have some sort of price control so that people can just afford shit. I agree with them. Shit costs way too much money. You can look at the cost of housing and the cost of rent versus the average income. There's an ever increasing discrepancy that has to be dealt with. But I don't see the solution to that being make property ownership illegal. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
What do you think Freely's diet advice for getting lean? I'm never going to be able to get really big and strong, it's always been a struggle, so I'm trying to niche max on my skinniness.
This guy is going to break his legs, isn't he? I can already see he has that weird hyperextension problem. He is going to break his legs. Oh boy. Ooh, yikes. Ooh, yeah. That's bad. If you can just look at your leg in the mirror, and if you completely straighten your leg and it actually bends in the opposite direction, do not lock out on these exercises. Because, yeah, you can break your leg. If you straighten your leg and it's perfectly straight, you won't have that problem, but if you straighten your leg and it actually bends a little in the opposite direction, do not lock out.
You don't know what I've been through.
Okay, this person does not know how to park. Like, you can clearly fit. Yeah, women are pretty bad at driving in general. Oh boy. Oh my god. Nope. Did she actually hit that person's bumper? Oh my god. That's great. So Animal Liberation, Freely's diet advice works, quote unquote. So yeah, I mean, having this sort of novel dietary strategy where you eat mostly raw foods that can help with weight loss, because raw foods are generally harder to eat in large volumes or quantities. They tend to be lower in calories, and you can't extract as much calories from the food. All those things are conducive towards a weight loss goal. Where she gives stupid advice is she says don't eat much protein. I don't know why she'd get that recommendation. So if you wanted to add protein to your diet by, say, adding protein powder in, if you want to have some more high protein foods like tofu, it's totally fine. I don't know why she gives that sort of stupid recommendation. Also, the idea that you can eat as much as you want and lose weight, that's just fucking stupid. If you're not losing weight eating a particular diet, you need to restrict your calories. That's also idiotic. But yeah, the raw till 4 thing, yeah, it works. It's a dietary strategy that makes actual sense if you want to lose weight. I'm never going to be able to get really big and strong. It's always been a struggle, so I'm trying to niche max on my skinniness. That's kind of weird. Just lift weights and just keep lifting. Even if you only gain 2-3 pounds of muscle per year, after 5 years, that's going to be easily an extra 10 pounds of muscle. That's going to make a huge difference to your physique. So just keep lifting. Thanks for that donation, though, Animal Liberation. Animal Liberation...
Mentally prepare yourself for the first link.
Did I... Okay, I don't know why I... Yeah, Animal Liberation, I just answered your question. Don't worry, I saw it. But yeah, just keep lifting. Muscle growth is a very slow process, and it takes years and years. So just keep lifting, keep at it, and you'll eventually see the results if you're consistent and work hard enough. I don't know why you'd want to be skinny, especially if you're a man. Why? just lift. You might not be the biggest, strongest dude ever, but you're going to be better off than if you don't lift and just be a skinny bitch. So yeah, just lift. Thanks for the donation though, dude. I hope that helps.
I mean, this is in response also to attacks on Jewish people, right? Like you mentioned that the Irgun gets more active in the 30s and 40s.
They moved into Arab land and took the people's homes and pushed them off their homes in response to attacks against Jewish people, or are you saying in response to all the anti-Semitism that was in Europe?
We're not even talking about anti-Semitism. I'm just saying that I think the most famous one was at the end of the 20s. There was the big Hebron massacre that killed, I think, 50 or 60 Jewish people. I don't even know how many Jewish people were in this area. Fuck, we read this at one point in time.
Right, but that's Europeans in Palestinian land, so how does that disprove that Israel is expansionist?
Sure, I'm not saying that. Listen, I think that if you want to make the strongest argument for Jewish invading of the Middle East, I think that pre-47, I think there's an interesting discussion to be had there, where I would slightly favor the Arab claims that you've got Europeans coming and settling part of our land.
No, I disagree with Destiny. Arabs sold Jews land, okay? Arabs legally sold land to Jews. If you're going to sell land to Jews, you can't just end up complaining, oh, they're invading our land. Did you sell them the property? Yeah, but they're invading. Okay, but are they legally there? Did they cross a border illegally? No. Okay. Did you sell them the property? Yeah. Okay. So, do you believe in property rights? Yeah. So do you believe that somebody can say, expel somebody from their property? Yeah. So how are Jews invading? 'Cause they're Jews. No. Jews were migrating to Palestine legally. They were buying up land legally. You can't fucking claim, oh, they're settlers, they're invading, if they're traveling there legally, living there legally, and buying up land legally. Go fuck yourself. This is literally the same argument that crazy white nationalist Christians make about, Mexicans or Africans or something migrating to the US. They legally immigrate, they get a visa, they get a green card, they buy up property, and then they make the same argument. We're getting invaded by Mexicans. Whites are going to be a minority in 50 years. It's the same fucking stupid bullshit argument.
I think that there's an argument to be had there, okay? But we're not in 100 years ago, right? So...
Right, but it's only continued. I mean,
Forgot my namification, donate $2. Isn't there proof that the majority of Jews who bought the land were from neighboring Middle Eastern countries? I think 50% of the Jews that were migrating into Palestine they were from Middle Eastern countries. I think it's about 50%. So like they're coming from like Iraq, Lebanon, places like that. And then the other 50% are like European Jews. Thanks for the donation, though. I forgot my name.
I'm trying to say, post 47, what is the example? After Israel is declared a nation, once Israel has a state, what are the examples, or how are we making the argument that they're a expansionist country after 47?
The amount of land that they seized in the 1967 war, the increasing of 2,000 Israeli settlers in the West Bank to 500,000, which, I mean, is ongoing. There's a lot of people who call what is happening now an ongoing Nakba, because the settlements and the demolitions of homes, which is how Israel expands, that's why we call it a settler colonial.
Palestine was offered a state in 47. They rejected it. They went to war. They lost the war. They were left without a state. They were the ones who were offered a land deal. They rejected it. They lost. If Israel wants to occupy areas of the West Bank, that's their fucking prerogative. And they've been offered several land for peace deals, and each time they reject it, and sometimes they actually go to war again after they're offered land for peace deals and offered a state. So, like, you could make the argument, well, even though they technically don't have a state, it's still their land. But again, I don't know how the fuck you expect, some sort of land sovereignty to be upheld if they don't legally possess a state. It's just retarded. It's kind of like the argument that people make about Europeans settling in North America. None of these Aboriginal tribes had a state. They were just living off the land. They didn't have any actual formal system of government. They were just small nomadic tribes living all across the territory. So, like, what claim do they have that, like, Europeans are stealing their land? They don't really have a strong claim. Jaquavius donated $2. Worst fight scenes. Let me see.
Oh shit!
That was baffling. Yeah, that guy's pretty jacked. That was confusing. I think I've seen part of this movie before.
Yakışıklı erkekler de geliyor.
Oh yeah, this. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius. Animal Liberation donated $2. What do you think about refined sugar? I don't know how to answer that question. I do lifts, but it's so difficult for me to make gains. I have to eat so much that I hate the way my stomach looks and I get sick. I've been able to get lean doing high rep, low weight workouts and eat really low fat. Yeah, you don't need to eat an insane amount of food. Just eat enough protein and eat as much as you're comfortable with eating and just let the gains come, dude. But thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Project have continued since 1948, and I mean this has been the plan all along. This has been the ideology of Zionism all along. We move in here, we
Sure, I understand.
Whoever's living there.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand the statement of like it's been the plan all along, but number one, I don't know how we account then for Israel giving so much land back in '78 and them destroying so many settlements in '78, and I don't know how we can blame Israel for the '67 taking of territory when it was all of the other Arab countries that were at war with them in these territories.
I mean, I would argue that Israel started the 1967 war, and
is Jeff side natty? Probably not.
And we can get into that later if you want, but
what is the argument that they started the 1967 war?
Because Israel's not just this, like I said earlier, Israel's not just this like godly being that can do whatever it wanted. There was a Palestinian refugee crisis at the time, and all of this resistance towards the Zionist project, so they basically had to roll it back a little bit, which then radicalized the far right, so the Zionist project could continue to expand later on. History's not just a straight line. The settler colonialism isn't just a straight line where Israel grows and Palestine shrinks. There have been ebbs and flows in times where Israel has had to put the brakes on or even roll back the settler colonial project a little bit. But I don't think that proves that they're not expansionist, because like I said, the settlements have not only continued since that time, but increased as the far right has gained a greater foothold in Israeli politics.
Yeah, I understand we keep saying this, but I'm saying that aside from settlements in the West Bank, almost all the territorial expansion has come off the backs of Arab conflicts versus Israel that the Arab countries seemed very hungry for.
You can't just take people's land and demolish people's homes because they're resisting you, or the indigenous population there.
Yeah, but
is
I'm asking,
resisting
like,
the Zionist settlers.
So do you think that the Arabs since 48 have had a right to destroy Israel for the next 80 years?
I think Palestinian Arabs do have a right to resist, because I would classify Israel as an ethno-state, which was founded with British support, and then in the 60s.
It's an ethno-state, even though the original partition plan planned to have like a 50% Arab minority. And to this day, there's a 20% Arab minority. But it's an ethno-state. Does this guy not know what an ethno-state is? Like, by this standard, the United States is an ethno-state because I think all minorities combined equate to something like 30% of the U.S. population?
The U.S. took over with heavily funding Israel, I'd say, as a Western expansionist project that was founded on top of the Palestinian homeland. So I would say Arab Palestinians have a right to resist, and it makes sense that Arab countries around in the same area, especially the ones like Syria and Lebanon, who have also had land seized by Israel, that they would resist that.
What land did they have seized by Israel, and why though?
Because Israel's an expansionist project, and the Zionist idea is to create this place called Greater Israel. So in the case of Syria, like the Golan Heights.
Don't you think that if places like Syria and Lebanon would...
Animal Liberation donated $2. Is refined sugar going to make it harder to get lean, or does it not matter as long as I keep calories low? As long as you control for calories, it doesn't matter. The problem is, though, sugar is not as satiating, and in fact, it can increase hunger cravings, so you're likely to eat more. It's also very calorically dense and low volume, so again, that's another way sugar can easily make you gain weight. And refined sugar also isn't good for you. Past 10% of daily calories, there is an association between processed sugar intake and mortality. And it's also terrible for your teeth. But thanks for that, Nation Animal Liberation. Hope that helps your
stop attacking Israel constantly for the past 80 years, that Israel would have a much harder time having lands like this or proving themselves.
Need your help. Can you please tell me what the fuck is this? Ankle lift?
Yeah, this is why sumo deadlifting is stupid. Sumo deadlifting is not deadlifting. But thanks for that donation, Killian Titan.
In the international community. Don't you think there would be a lot more criticism against Israel if these places weren't constantly used as staging grounds for Fedayeen attacks, for terror attacks, for militias to train out of to attack Israel?
No, I think Israel would stop expanding, because that's what the Palestinians did at first. The Palestinians welcomed the Israelis, which actually the Palestinian Hospitality Code allowed the Israelis to collect a lot of data on Palestinian villages, which were later used for the attacks that took place during the Nakba. So they tried.
That is wait. That is ahistorical. Palestinian Arabs absolutely did not welcome the Jewish people when they first started to get shipped in by Britain. I'm pretty sure there was violence almost from day one. Yeah.
In the 1930s and 1940s,
the 1930s, literally 1929 is literally the Hebron massacre. From 36 to 39 are literally the Arab revolts, because they're so upset and they want all these people kicked out. It got so bad that Britain was literally capping the amount of Jewish people allowed to immigrate to the Middle East, because there were so many protests and everything against it. So the idea that Arab Palestinians were welcoming of the European Jews, that's not true at all.
Oopsie daisy. Somebody made shit up.
Which is fine also. I don't expect them to be welcoming. I mean, they're literally Europeans coming to resettle their land. But again,
it sounds like you do expect them to be welcoming, though, because you're saying, why don't they just stop fighting back?
Hold on, timelines.
Why don't they just accept everything that Israel's doing? I mean,
wait. Timelines. Bro, if Arabs are fighting back against Jewish people coming pre-48, that's your land. If you want to fight for it, fight to the death. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to criticize Arabs for fighting pre-48. But once the country is declared in 48, and it seems like there's enough Jewish people there, well, at this point, what are you going to do? Now you're going to.
Well, let's go to modern.
I would totally push back against that. The only fucking argument for why Arabs would not want Jews living there is that, well, I guess there's two. One's a lot more reasonable. Some Arabs living who were like renting off of land were getting pushed off by Jews who bought property. I could understand why they'd be upset, but the majority of the hostility from Arabs were they just hated Jews. Like, that's it. They just didn't like Jews living there.
Modern day, then. I mean, look at what happened during the Great March of Return. That was a massive peaceful movement.
That movement was
Palestinian
absolutely
refugees
not
tried
peaceful.
to return to their home, and over 200 of them were picked off by Israeli snipers.
Hold on. I'm sorry, could you explain when you said tried to return to their home? What do you mean by that?
Well, what they did was they just walked up to the Israel-Gaza border.
Okay.
And they formed these mass demonstrations, and over 200 of them were killed. But the idea was we are trapped in an open-air prison because 75% of people living in Gaza are people who have been pushed out of their villages, their rightful homeland. So they.
Nope. That is also bullshit. So most of the people in those protests were not even born when Israel expelled these Arabs. So, no. Secondly, it was not fucking peaceful, and Hamas were encouraging attacks against Israel. And third, the only reason there was a fucking border wall around Gaza was because of the fucking terror attacks. If there weren't any terror attacks, there wouldn't have been the fucking border wall.
They staged these demonstrations where they went near the Gaza-Israel border, which were entirely, well, I shouldn't say entirely peaceful, because there were
Molotov cocktails, there were rocks, there were a ton of incendiary fire balloons. Not just rocks. Hold on, not just rocks. It was also incendiary balloons. It was also Molotov cocktails. It wasn't just rocks, but.
And look at the amount of people who were murdered by the Israeli forces during those demonstrations compared to the amount of Israelis who were killed. I'm showing it on my screen right now, but.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect the IDF is a lot more armed and capable, sure. But I don't know why, like, the number.
Right, so what are the Palestinians supposed to do in terms of resistance then?
The Palestinians,
and of course, you're always going to, even if you try and stage something peaceful, you're always going to have, you know, sections in your society who want to make it violent, especially if you're talking about people who have been colonized for 70 years now.
Oh, okay, so it moved from peaceful to, oh, well, what do you expect? It's obviously not going to be peaceful. Always this doublespeak.
Well, we're not talking about sections of your society. We're talking about Hamas as the ruling force, along with Islamic Jihad in the Gaza Strip. This isn't just a section, right? It's literally the ruling government for almost 20 years in this strip.
Right, but Hamas was part of one of the organizations that helped organize those protests, and you know, we're calling for them to be peaceful.
I mean, whether
and of
that's
course,
true
Israel's
or not.
always going to say, "Oh, they threw rocks at us. We had to kill 200."
Wait,
of them.
you
I
keep
mean,
saying
that's what
threw
they do every
rocks.
time.
You do acknowledge the incendiary balloons and the Molotov cocktails, right? I don't know why you keep saying just threw rocks.
I don't know. I haven't read about that, but I did read.
Oh, okay. I don't know anything about what happened, but I saw some videos on TikTok, and this is what I heard.
That during the March of Return, the vast majority of protests were peaceful, but there were some incidences of violence. So I didn't look into what those were exactly.
Okay,
but
yeah, but when you say the vast majority were peaceful, how many people? Do you know how many people were involved in these protests?
Lots.
Sure, my understanding is I need to go check, but I think it was like over 10,000, right? So if the vast majority were peaceful, which I think I might even agree with, that might be true, but it's not like the IDF didn't kill 5,000 people, right?
No, they killed 200.
Sure.
So
when you say,
what's the cutoff? How many people are you allowed to kill? How many peaceful protesters are you allowed to kill?
Well, you tell me. If there were Molotov cocktails and there were incendiary balloons, if 10,000 people protested, I mean, like, what percentage of them were violent? What percentage of them do you expect to get shot? I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know. The source that I read said they were largely.
Oh boy, yeah, he just completely shat the bed there.
Crime.
The deliberate targeting of civilians. I'm not that up to date on international law, but I assume it'd be considered a war crime.
So do you think Hamas committed a war crime on October 7th?
To the extent that they targeted civilians, I would say that was a war crime. Yeah.
Do you think
there's a lot of evidence now that a lot of the civilians were killed by Israeli forces, and they were IDF was
Oh, here we go. Yeah, this bullshit. This is all being debunked.
ironically using basically human shields, setting up positions behind.
I think the actual estimate for how many Israelis were killed by IDF forces is literally like 4 or 5. So, out of the 1,200 people that were killed, yeah, like 4 or 5 were killed by Israeli forces.
Behind Israeli civilians.
Sure. To be clear, there's absolutely no evidence of that, aside from some TikTok
there
videos claiming as much. If you have any, I'd love to see it. Secondly, would you then consider that all of the Qassam rockets that have been steadily pouring out of the Gaza Strip that are targeting civilian villages in near the Gaza
21st Savage donated $2. Let me see.
From the land of the free and the brave, USA. I love my country, they can't take that away. Against all odds, he made fortune and fame. Legendary. Us patriots won't let you lock him away. Trump say the USA.
You know, it's funny how these people are so against, like, gay pride and everything, and they just love sucking Trump's dick. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Gaza Strip. Do you think that those have been bad actions by Hamas since 2007 or 2005?
To the extent that they target civilians, and obviously it's hard to say because they're basically fighting with jerry-rigged fireworks, but yeah, I think they have the right to fire rockets at military installations for sure.
They don't fire at military installations.
If you look at the amount, again, if you look at the amount of deaths inflicted by the Israelis compared to the Palestinians, it's not even close. So to hyper focus on, the Palestinians firing rockets, when Israel's killing 1 kid per day with U.S. funded missiles on a regular basis, I mean, it's a response to that. It's a response to the colonialism. And no, it's not good. No, I don't look at it and say, oh, this is awesome. Look, Hamas is launching rockets. No, but it's an inevitable response to the fact that they've had their land stolen and plundered and had their children massacred for so long now.
You think it's an inevitable response that you have to send rockets for 15 years from a region of people that don't have water to drink? You think that's a good way to advocate for the people in Gaza?
I think that's the only option that they have because, I mean, violence is always a people's last resort, or generally.
Really? Do you think the situation in Gaza has gotten better?
I think when they tried to do things peacefully through the Great March of Return, they got massacred by the Israelis. So yeah, like I said earlier, if I'm in Palestine,
the situation in Gaza has only gotten worse since Hamas gained power. So I don't know how the fuck he could make this argument.
Probably grabbing a gun and joining the resistance at this point.
So do you think that...
I don't know what else to do. They're trapped in an open-air prison.
Has the situation gotten better or worse in Gaza since Hamas has taken over?
I mean, that's impossible to say. It's been such a tragic situation. But even then, I mean, the Israelis are the ones who expelled the PLO to Tunisia and then carpet-bombed their headquarters when it was in Tunisia. So the Israelis are the ones who dismantled and assassinated
Why did the Israelis expel
left resistance in Palestine, which allowed Hamas to step up and say and become the main political party.
First of all, who expelled the PLO was expelled from where?
From I don't know where PLO's headquarters were actually.
Pretty sure they were expelled
from the region, and they went. I know they were somewhere in Israel,
Yep.
Palestine, and then they went to Tunisia.
Pretty sure they were expelled from Lebanon. Do you know why they were in Lebanon?
No.
Because they tried to coup the king in Jordan, and then they got kicked out of Jordan after trying to coup the king. And then they were sent to Lebanon, where they started to take over territory in southern Lebanon, and then eventually they were expelled from Lebanon. PLO committed a lot of terrorist attacks in the early founding of the PLO. So the fact that Israel would try to expel them or fight with them is not very surprising. But also, I don't know why we'd bring up the PLO of the 70s and 80s and compare that to anything happening today.
Because I'm saying that was the main resistance force prior to Hamas. And you asked if the situation has gotten better under Hamas. And I'm trying to say I don't agree with Hamas's ideology. I don't share their worldview. But I view Hamas as a response to the Israeli aggression. The reason
Hamas has its origins in the Islamic Brotherhood. They're an Islamic jihadist terrorist group. They're not a response to Israel. They're a response to fucking radical Islam. That's all they are.
That Palestinians were so eager, or not Palestinians in general, but Gazans were so eager to vote for Hamas is because Hamas was actually willing to do something. Hamas was actually willing to take up arms. And at this point, in this desperate situation that a lot of Gazans are in, that's what they're looking for, is a fighting force who will take on the Israeli state. So I think, whether or not Hamas has put them in a better situation or not.
Like, desperate situation, it's so fucking retarded. Pre-Hamas, the unemployment rate in Gaza was very low. I think 50% of the employment came from people getting work visas to work in Israel. After Hamas and after all the terror attacks, all of those work visas went away. That's why unemployment is so fucking high. When you look at, like, the food situation, they've been getting plenty of food. They have a lot of domestic food production, and they get food trucks shipped in through either trade or from foreign aid organizations. Nobody was fucking starving. Like, and now you are seeing food security issues after this Gaza war, after Hamas committed the October 7th attack, because there's logistical issues getting aid trucks to certain locations. Like, in every fucking conceivable way, Hamas has made the situation worse for Gazan citizens.
Or not is sort of irrelevant, because the situation that they're put in is an open-air prison and apartheid and a blockade enforced by Israel.
You can keep repeating the same points over and over again,
the people have chosen to resist that.
I know the TikTok videos and the Twitter talking points, but it's not getting us any. I don't know how you think any of this is moving.
Why is it none of this is coming from Twitter? I read all morning to prepare for this debate, books and stuff. It's not all from TikTok.
You read
promise.
books this morning, multiple books. How quickly do you read?
Yeah, like I'm that good.
Okay.
I have a super processor of a brain. No,
If a diet required supplements, is it unhealthy? No.
I'm saying literally none of the arguments I've given you so far have been arguments that I got from a TikTok or Twitter.
I'm just saying that repeating the talking points of apartheid and open-air prison doesn't get you any closer.
It's not talking points, it's true!
They don't get you any closer. They don't get you any closer to. They don't get you any.
Amnesty International said it's an apartheid. It's
and
how is
that helping for the Palestinian people right now?
How's
it? How does calling it
apartheid?
Yeah, is that helping anything right now?
Yes, look at how public opinion has turned against the Israelis. The largest Palestine solidarity march in history is taking place in Washington, D.C. right now.
Yeah, by a bunch of white people that don't know or give a the region. You think they're going to care a month from now? Because what do you think is going to hurt more? The fact that Palestinian Marxist 19-year-old white kids are marching in the West, or the fact that now a lot of countries are starting to pull funding from Gaza or the Palestinian Authority, period, because of the terror attacks that came from Gaza on October 7th? What do you think is going to help or hurt more?
A lot of countries have suspended diplomatic relations with Israel, too. The main countries who are backing up Israel right now are the U.S. and their peons, their allies in West Europe.
I'm pretty sure.
So, yes, this is
hold on.
massively turning public opinion against Israel, and that is a bad thing for Israel, because that will strengthen Arab militias in the Middle East, and that will strengthen resistance in the U.S. to the U.S.'s endless funding and military buildup of Israel. Will we actually be able to get our government to do anything about it? I don't know. That's why I'm a communist and I support overthrowing the government.
Gotcha. So there aren't the idea that all these major countries are cutting diplomatic relations off is not true.
Like, you can look at the life expectancy in Russia, both before and after the collapse of the Soviet Union. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, life expectancy fucking skyrocketed. Like in every fucking conceivable metric, people's lives improved. after the fall of communism. Why does this guy think like communism is a good idea?
Countries like Saudi Arabia are even more interested in exploring a normalization of relations. Other Arab countries have, especially post-Abraham Accords, have explored normalizing relations with Israel. The Palestinians are finding themselves increasingly cut off from Arab supporters and the rest of the Arab world. And now you've got people like you on the internet advocating for more fighting, more death, more killing. None of this is going to serve the Palestinian people. There's no shot that a violent uprising topples the Israeli state. I just don't understand, aside from a LARP, like nothing that you're advocating for realistically is going to help the Palestinian people in 5 or 10 years from now, ever.
Massive uprising against Israel and the turning of public opinion against Israel and the strengthening of anti-Israel militias is good for it. I mean, how can you argue?
Yeah, this guy is complaining, oh, genocide, genocide, think of all the children that are dying. And then he's actually encouraging these people to wage war with Israel, which will just cause more of these people to die. While complaining about Israel killing Palestinians, he's saying, oh yeah, Palestinians, just go and fight Israel and die more. Like, it's just pure brain rot.
That any of what's going on right now is good for Israel. The only part that's good for them is it allows them to push forward their plan to expel 2 million Palestinians to the Sinai Desert. But, I mean, to say that public opinion is on the side of the Israelis right now is absurd.
From who? In America, public opinion has dramatically shifted in favor of Israel after post the October 7th attacks. You're just wrong on that. I don't know where you get that.
If you look at polling data, the majority of Americans have greater support for Israel. Just because you're seeing stupid protests on university campuses, that doesn't mean your average American doesn't support Israel. Like, this guy is living in a delusional fantasy world where, like, all he sees is TikTok videos, and yeah, you're getting fed TikTok videos by the Communist Socialist Party, and they're showing you video after video of college campus protests. Oh, Americans are fucking standing in solidarity with Palestine. If you actually look at polling data, more Americans than ever support fucking Israel. Just because your stupid fucking, like, 18-year-old communist buddies support Palestine, that doesn't reflect the average American, idiot.
The most recent UN vote to condemn Israel.
Who the fuck cares about a UN vote to condemn Israel? What does that have to do with anything? Look at the fact that Germany was talking about pulling all their funding from
against Israel. I mean, I don't know if they have any globally done polls, but if you looked at global polls, I guarantee you the vast majority of people would be against Israel's actions in the Gaza Strip right now.
Okay, so you think that a UN condemnation vote or whatever, or a UN resolution, you think that's reflective of the opinions of people around countries around the world?
That's the reflection of their governments and their...
Oh my god.
I know I humiliated you earlier today during our Palestine debate. I wanted to bring up another topic I think you would be ignorant on.
Commercial pilot reveals the truth behind chemtrails.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. David Cartland here. I'm just speaking to you to introduce a meeting that we...
The subject is obviously very, very close to my 7,000 registration, gave me an in, so I looked up who it was, and it's a company called 2XLA in America. Actually, other people have done quite a bit in it. So it's an aeroplane at high level, and there's white coming out the back, and it tends to disappear, it tends to evaporate, maybe goes into squiggly lines, and it can last for 10 seconds to maybe up to a milliliter is the second most renewable liquid on the planet next to water. Every 10 years, apparently it renews, but anyway, from these oil fields. But we'll leave that to one side. So the physics of it is this. If you have a parcel of air, it tends to reduce.
Okay, dude, chemtrails don't exist. They're contrails, okay? Thanks for the donation, dummy.
Government leaders' opinion, which in some cases, depending on how democratic that country is a reflection of the people's opinion. Okay. The UN voting to condemn Israel is definitely a sign of public opinion. Yeah.
Gotcha. So you think that the only solution for this problem right now is the military toppling of the Israeli government. That's what you think.
I think what we should be calling for as Americans, and especially Americans with political platforms, is for Joe Biden to cease all funding of the Israeli apartheid state now. I think I'm not going to lecture Palestinians.
I'm pretty sure we're also like the largest contributor of aid to Palestine as well. Should we just cut off all aid to that region?
No, we should cut off any funding of the Israeli state because it is an apartheid state and it's doing a genocide.
Okay.
And we should end
keep
all arms
funding
sales.
Gaza that launches rockets indiscriminately into
We should keep
Israel
giving humanitarian aid to Gaza because we're not giving them weapons. We're not giving them weapons.
Yeah, but
We're
most of
not
the
arming them
humanitarian
to
aid, what
the teeth the
humanitarian
same way
aid?
we
How
are
much of this
Israel.
is
We should
co-opted
stop
by
arming
Hamas and
countries
is just
to
used for
teeth.
terrorist attacks? How is it that a region that constantly says is running out of food and fuel never runs out of supplies for rockets? How is this happening? Something is obviously fundamentally broken in this area. We can't just say that like, oh, well, if Israel just plays nice, everything's going to get better. That's clearly not true. I don't even think you believe that.
No, like I said at the very beginning of this conversation, at this point, finding a solution is going to be extremely difficult and extremely messy.
Yeah, but it's
what
difficult
the
and messy
US
because
can
people
do
like
is
you
stop
are
giving
advocating
Israel
for
$4 billion
unrealistic
a year.
solutions. You're not advocating for a realistic solution.
Right, and I'm telling you my solution as an American who lives in America is for the American.
I am vegan and I need help with an argument I am facing. Am I still vegan if I kill an animal to survive? Genuine question, I need direction on this. How would you address this from your perspective?
It depends on the circumstances of what you're killing, and it depends on the animal. So if you're trapped on a deserted island, let's say, and you're starving, and there's a cow on the island, I would say it's unethical to kill the cow because you're violating its rights. Now, if you're killing, say, a non-sentient animal, so bivalves, I don't see an ethical issue with that. If you're killing a carnivorous animal like a wolf, and you're eating its corpse to survive, I don't see an ethical issue with that because the wolf is violating the rights of other animals. So it kind of depends, but the idea of killing an innocent person, whether it be a human or an animal, just for survival purposes, no, I don't know how you could justify that ethically. Thanks for that donation, Gray Man.
American government that I pay taxes to stop funding the Israeli state and stop buying the missiles that they're dropping on.
That doesn't solve anything.
One
What is the
Palestinian
solution there?
kid every 15
What
minutes.
do we think is the solution for the problem? How does this problem get solved? How does it look better for Palestinians going forward?
Probably through just give them political right. Just let them out of Gaza and give them political rights. If you do
what do you mean
that,
by
the
let them
majority
out
of
of
people in the
Gaza?
region will be Arab, and the state of Israel, as it currently exists, as an ethno-state, will cease to exist. If you give Arabs in that region,
so a one-state solution is what you're looking
rights
for.
and political rights. Then, and this is John Mearsheimer, an American political scientist who made this point, as many other people have.
Okay.
If you give Arab Palestinians in the region rights, if you stop having Israel be an ethno-state that deprives them of rights, the state of Israel, as it currently
They're not an ethno-state. They don't have rights as an Israeli citizen because they're not Israeli citizens. This is like saying, oh, well, why can't illegal Mexicans vote? It's an apartheid state. Well, they're not American citizens. They're not going to have the same exact rights as Americans. They're not going to be allowed to vote. They're not going to be able to buy a firearm. Like, this is just fucking retarded.
exists will cease to exist because Palestinians won't vote for that. They won't support that politically. And this is why the state of Israel is dependent on not allowing these people to have basic political
Thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always, dude. Appreciate the donation.
rights because they won't vote for the project.
Last question. What if my heart was failing and the only way to survive was to have the doctor implant a valve from a pig's heart into mine? Can this ever be ethical? Please explain, M. Thank you.
No, because you're taking away the rights of the animal. It's just like if you were to murder a human being and take that person's organs, would that be ethical? Same reason it's not ethical if you do it to a pig. Thanks for that donation, Gray Man.
of settler colonialism and apartheid.
So the only thing that you're opposed to, or rather you think the solution is it has to be a one-state solution, and that's the only thing that'll solve the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard a proposition of a two-state solution that seems super realistic to me. But I
mean,
also
the closest the region ever got to
closely.
peace was almost with a two-state solution.
I mean, maybe a two-state solution could work too. I was just giving you my perspective. Yeah, I support a one-state solution being a dictatorship of the proletariat, working class of all ethnicities and.
This is just crazy.
So what's your solution? What's your solution to simply just keep these people in an open-air prison and keep them under a state of apartheid?
No, I would say there should probably be a two-state solution that's negotiated.
Okay. So how should that work?
There's several countries that probably need to come to the table. It probably has to be Israel, probably has to be Jordan, probably has to be Iran, probably has to be Syria, and then there needs to be some independent mediator, whether that's the United States, whether that's China, somebody that can ideally advocate on behalf of Israel's interests, and then a peace agreement needs to be made with these countries, and then clear borders need to be delineated for the Palestinians and the Israeli people to live under.
Sorry, last question. What would the Palestinian borders look like under a two-state solution? Because obviously you have Gaza and the West Bank that are, in different places.
Well,
so
in
what would
prior
their borders
two-state
look like?
solutions, there was a suggestion on the Israeli side of building an overground train system and an overground highway system that would connect the Gaza Strip and the West Bank with each other.
Well, yeah, I don't know. If someone proposed that, maybe I would support it.
Gotcha. Do you still stand by the statement that the Palestinian resistance fighters get you fired up and that they're a courageous and powerful group of people?
Hell yeah. Shout out to the Palestinians. They've been fighting for
Okay, this guy is just a fucking whack job. Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm gonna go nighty-night now. I am sleepy tired after streaming twice today. But, I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow again. I don't know if I'm going to be doing 2 streams tomorrow, but should be on tomorrow night, barring any extenuating circumstances. But big thanks again to everybody who donated on Streamlabs, and sweet dreams. I'll see y'all tomorrow.